Morena koutou, meri kirihimete kia koutou. Today is the last council meeting of Kaipara District Council for this calendar year. It is our Christmas meeting in December. Today's December the 15th, and I'd like to welcome everyone this morning to this very, very great action-packed meeting that we have in front of us. So I'm going to open our meeting with a karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapu po namu te moana, hei hua rahi mā tātou I te rangi nei, araha atu, araha mai, tātou ia, tātou katoa. Thank you, thank you. At this point, I would like to call for apologies for today's meeting. And there are no apologies that have been sent in advance. However, at this point, Councillor Wills has not yet been able to join the meeting. So we have all elected members present, except Councillor Wills, who has not joined the meeting yet, but was with us just a moment ago. So I would like to proceed that there are no apologies for today's meeting. Thank you. The agenda for today, I would like to move the confirmation of the agenda with the, importantly, addition of item number 2.2 and item number 2.3, both of which are guest appearances for us and presentations. And also, I'm noting the late content for item number 5.3, for item number 5.8, and for the public excluded item number 1.3. So I would like to move confirmation of the agenda, and I'm seeking a seconder for that, please. Councillor Joyce Paki, thank you for seconding that. Is there any commentary, elected members, about the agenda, please? No comments. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. So we have our agenda for today. As I say, it's going to be an action-packed Christmas meeting, full of lots of presents for everybody. And so moving on with our conflict of interest declarations, it's item number 1.4 today. Are there any items of conflict for elected members for today?
Mr. Mayor, if I could declare a conflict.
Councillor Wilson Collins, yes.
Thank you. It's in the public excluded, so I'm not sure whether I do that now or later.
Mr. Maris, if we could have governance on that, please.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Wilson Collins, is okay to declare it now. Just you're not going to talk about anything in public excluded, so you're just going to declare a conflict in that item.
So I have a conflict of interest in the public excluded item.
All right, thank you. That will be in item number 1.3 in the public excluded, yes?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. Are there any other conflicts of interest? None, thank you, thank you. Right, so at this point we move on to our presentations part of today's meeting. And for our first presentation today, we're being joined by the Dargaville Racecourse Development Proposal Team, which includes the Dargaville Racing Club, the Dargaville Community Development Board, and Te Runana o Ngāti Whātua, who are working as what we call a trifecta, really. with the winning odds of putting together this presentation for us today. So we are looking forward to hearing this presentation. We note that the presentation has been sent to the elected members in advance, and so the elected members are across the content of the presentation that's been sent. So there's 10 minutes for the presentation, and then 15 minutes or so for questions for clarification from the elected members at this point. So I would like to hand over to Alan Mortensen and Richard Allspaw to introduce this item, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Richard Allspaw speaking. Can you all hear me? Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Okay. You've already done the introduction of who's here. You've read the introduction piece that we wrote, so we won't waste time there. Before I hand over to Griffith to make their part of the presentation, I just inform you all that as of last week, Ludgate Racing Club and the New Zealand racing industry reached agreement on its disputes to the future of the racecourse, and that particular roadblock is no longer an impediment to this process. Can I hand over to Trevor Griffiths of Griffiths and Associates, known as Scope. Trevor.
Good morning. Thanks, Richard. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you again. Jason this morning and Erin from last night's Chamber of Commerce board meeting. So good to see you all. Can you see our screen being shared yet?
So we cannot see your screen being shared. It's just starting to be shared. Thank you. And Trevor, I ask that you speak very clearly, please. The microphone is somewhat muffled. Thank you.
Okay. Is that any better? Is that any better, Jason?
Yes, it is much better. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm delighted to be here today, actually, to talk about this because it's a very exciting moment in time for the project. By way of a little bit of history, we've been going for 12 months on the project after a successful June 2020 PGF application project, as you're all aware. So basically, we've got a slide presentation, which you did mention that all of the elected members have got, which is fantastic. And also, I think Tracy Walters, are you online, Tracy? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent, right. So Tracy is with us on behalf of our other trifecta group, or tripartite group, as we like to call them. So welcome, Tracy. It's good to have you here. So basically, I'm not going to go through all of these and read them in detail, but there are some very relevant points here. So obviously, you've got that on screen at the moment. So on to the next one. About the application, it's a spatial plan. The Daggerville Spatial Plan provides for the future development of the Awakino Point industrial land as we know it. I'm not going to read too much of that, but it's a private plan change. We're seeking a mixed-use development, including light industrial, residential, and green space. Jason, just doing a voice check. Can you hear me okay? And my English language is not too hard to understand? Great. Okay. Great picture of the site there, as you'll see. The process overview, basically. So that's what you just heard Richard talk about, the NZTR decision. So that was ongoing since 2016. That's now resolved, very timely. And so it was an issue that was raised last time we spoke to you by a couple of the elected members, and that's all resolved. So very, very timely. I've talked about the PGF funding. So we received $900,000, which we are doing our best to spend as much of that as we can to get a quality presentation to you. Our investigation, we've had 30 specialists engaged, and as Richard mentioned, we had the best of the best in terms of our team on the project moving forward, with a total of around about 6,000 consultant man hours gone on the project to date. And our current spend of that $700,000 is close to $759,000 that we're working towards that goal. And our application, and part of the reason for being here today, as we promised when we met you last, and through conversations with Jason Marris and his staff, is to get the application in Q4 2021 or Q1 2022, and we'll be looking to get that to you probably around about the third week of January 2022. This is a very quick Gantt chart. So June 2020, you can see which is when the project started, but the funding approved in December, straight right the way through to where we are now, December 2021, on the lodging of the plant, which is going to go out a couple of weeks, as you can, I've just told you. And then following on from that, we've been talking to Jason and his team about how this next year looks for us and what that could cost. But basically, there is a year of debate, if you like, on the project and working through all of the iterations of the plan change once it's submitted, the consultant reports and how we review those and how you look at those and what information you deem might come out of that by way of RFI or request for further information, etc. In terms of investigation, we've done a great deal of market analysis, as I said, over 6,000 consultant man hours to date. A concept development, which we're going to show you shortly, has been put together. We've done a lot of work on site in terms of topographical, archaeological, geotechnical information. And you'll see that just some of the items that we've put together there, including the engineering and infrastructure review, including 3 waters, you'll be pleased to hear, Erin, after your conversation last night. Natural hazards review, sediment control, roading and transport review, and some acoustic review and existing asset review as well. So you can see there's a hell of a lot of work on that we've been working on. Investigation results, I'm going to flick through these. So we've got 3 areas of findings: geotechnical, a little bit of soft land, transport assessment regarding a T intersection, engineering and infrastructure. The site can be serviced by water, etc. So that's not too much of a problem, although there is cost in that. Acoustics, again, believe there's any problems there. Findings number 2, no known archaeological sites within the plan change site, which was great. And part of the process will have an accidental discovery protocol, which Vanessa will talk about possibly later on in Q&A. Landscape and visual, I'm going to show you some pictures in a moment. I'm a pictures guy and a numbers guy, so I think that you'll probably like to see some of these. And then obviously there is a, why are we doing this? Well, the reason we're doing this is because of the absolute positive social impact. And just on that, in terms of numbers, this project will bring circa $3 million a year of wages for the project over the next 30 years, a total of $82 million, with a net value of this project being closer to $360 million that we believe once it's rolled out. So not insignificant numbers. On top of that, we also believe, and just with my small landscape of the world with Griffiths and Scope, is that there's a lot of work in Darga, including 3 new large sporting projects that are about to hit the traps as well. So very, very timely. Market demand, I'm going to talk about that later on, and that might come back in Q&A. Urban design features. I'm going to jump to the drawings, I think, now. Can I just hand over to Tracy just to talk about this very quickly, Tracy?
Yep, cool. Kia ora tātou. No mai rangatira mā. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this with you today. I'll just obviously get another check with you. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. So we were brought on board as part of the Mayor refers to as the trifecta. I don't know if we were first, second or third place in that trifecta, but we all see all parties as being equal in this approach. Part of the reason that we've looked at it is because of the absolute need for housing to be undertaken, particularly across Taitokoro. At the moment, based on September 21 MSD Social Housing Register, there are about 75 homes required right now in Kaipara, but also particularly the far north, you're looking at 307, and Whangarei about 645. So there's close to 1,000 homes being required just across the Te Taitokoro area. Notwithstanding that, the investment that has been undertaken both by Kāinga Ora and HUD in the past has been woefully inadequate. So we see this as an opportunity for us also to stand up and take on that challenge to make sure we get that. What we have done is we've undertaken the appropriate cultural impact assessment report, and we've started to look at matters arising of what we could do with the employment. So one of the big things around that is, yes, you can give people the opportunity to live somewhere, but they need jobs. So in doing so, we understand, and we have had discussions both with parties from North Tech and also with regard to Dargaville High School and Te Hauhanga Marae about the courses they run around construction. There's obviously enough opportunities to segue from training that they currently have and place them into job opportunities on this new site. We will be looking to make sure that those people that would come into cadetships, etc., and also be getting the on-the-job training that they need. This means that in long term, people will actually get what we call tohu, or they'll get their certification and be able to be better equipped to actually earn a better living than they have currently. I think that's probably about it from me, Trev. I'm just short and sweet. Well, actually, I had to get dressed up just like the mayor did too, so I had to put a nice jacket on for him. Kia ora.
I'll give you the short one. I don't know about the sweet, but thanks for that, Tracy. And you touched on a couple of other items as well. But just very quickly, then moving on, the community engagement. We've had a heck of a lot of engagement, as you can see here, with the neighbours, through planning, and also community consultation process, which we went through a couple of weeks ago. We'll touch on that later on. The master plan. So this is what people want to see. If you're like me, you want to see pictures. So there's an overview of the site. So this is the highway to the left-hand side, where you've got the larger block through here where the mouse is moving. That's the highway moving into the industrial land, and then obviously more houses wider to the outskirts of that, behind that very large buffer that we've got in there, which is quite a wide buffer. Yeah, where the mouse is now up and down the page there, Karen. So yes, we've got houses and sections, and then more intense sections in the middle. A community space just to the right, Karen, in there. And then a retirement village over to the right-hand side here. So you can see it, and then obviously we've kept the natural amphitheatre of the site from the hill looking back in there, and we kept that as a green space as well. So a lot of work's gone into what this could look like moving forward. I'm not going to go into the light and just all of these items here, but you know they're all there for you to read. They're all pretty straightforward, to be fair. In terms of the neighbourhood centre, what that's going to look like, there's a picture of that coming up shortly. You'll see. There you go. That's very similar to what Papagayanga type potential, which is a great community aspect for the site. Retirement village is shown there, which is a large development, which we believe is needed and a pivotal part of the project. Sorry, just moving on. Lot residential, you're able to see now as I pointed those out. You can see just on the top of the screen there where the mouse is now. There are 4,000 blocks. You can see a number of those in. And then the open space, which I just talked about to the hill, we're using the natural topography of the site to be able to do that. The economic impact, this is the big one. So there's 100 jobs through the construction. That's minimum. And that's probably on site. And then there'll probably be the same as that off site, we understand, moving forward. And then ongoing is 118 to 120 jobs moving forward. Other benefits are obviously, net present value versus industrial only development. And there's a lot of dollars, which I can talk to you about in the Q&A. And then obviously housing, which is in that we're all begging for at the moment in Northland, is more of it. Positive economic impact, that's what we're saying there. You can see there's lots of dollar bills floating around on that picture. We see this as a really, really kickstarter for the project. Sorry, let's go back one. The big picture is that, as Tracy talked about, Tangata Whenua are heavily involved, huge part of our trifecta group. Social housing obviously is a massive one for us on this project, and we focused on that middle of the project, as you can see, surrounded by light industrial and the retirement village. Phenomenal opportunities for the region, and then obviously, none of this happens without jobs. Obviously, this is a little bit what colleague Tracy talked about before in terms of the skills training, in terms of the providers, Dargaville High School, the Marae, and obviously North. And then this is another one that Tracy touched on, is in terms of the tuhu, as he called it, which is the the employment potential and cadetships. And with that amount of jobs, there's going to be a lot of people going to have career-changing and life-changing experiences on this project as we move forward. And final thoughts, what we're saying to you is, why wouldn't we do this? Let's make this happen for the region. We're looking for support, we're looking for help. It's a large project. It's taken many turns, many iterations of the plan, and a lot of head scratching, not too much shouting, but a little bit of head scratching with the team is to say, let's try and give this the best to do. Tracy, any final comments on that?
I'd probably suggest that one of the opportunities certainly we see within this is because of the so certainly at the moment you have a lack of housing for your seasonal workers because you can't actually grow your businesses, which is one of our concerns, and our people are faced with that opportunity of having to move somewhere else. we're seeking to move the so-called drift back to Whangarei, living in Whangarei, working here, then taking that money back to Whangarei. We want to actually move it around from that the other way, so that people come to Dargaville, they live in Dargaville, but they could go and work, for argument's sake, 45 minutes away in Whangarei. We see that as a great opportunity to procure the wealth and bring it back to where it should be with kaipara. And finally, the big opportunity in the future is future thought is possibly around looking at kaipara being the food bowl for not only just Tamaki, but also for the rest of Aotearoa, with the changes, particularly in the direction of land and what we use down here in Tamaki. It's quite outstanding that there is this opportunity, because indeed, you look at it, there is no arable, all the arable land is being used up around Pukekohe and around those other areas. And for those of you who are farmers, etc., you'll understand the situation when there is no more land, where are people going to get their food from? And that's the thing we put before you today.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Trevor, for that very quick canter through a large body of work. So thank you for making that clear, and the presentation that had been sent in advance. And so thank you for talking through that. Elected members, are there questions for clarification? So regarding this item, if you like, just to frame what is happening here, is that the trifecta group, the tripartite group, has wanted to come to present to Kaipara District Council and to share in this public forum the exciting progress that they've made since this project was last discussed with us. So today is an opportunity for questions for clarification about the journey that's been covered or what may be ahead. Thank you. So, but of course, we're not making any decisions and not signalling anything here. So Councillor Wilson-Collins, question, and then Councillor Wethy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Trevor, for the presentation, and Tracy. I've got a whole bunch of questions. I'm going to try and narrow it down, because otherwise I'll use up far too much time. I think at the moment, what I'd like clarification on is actually the design of the site itself, because we've got a retirement village there and the industrial, and we've talked about social housing as well. It's a huge development, looking at the plans. How is there a percentage of social housing? Is it all social housing? Can I just get that clarified, just for my mind's eye?
There is a split. I don't have the number in front of me here, Erin, in terms of the exact numbers of the split. We do have that, obviously, but certainly, as you can see from that picture on, I think it was slide 13, I think it was, there's 100, just bear with me a second. How many?
185.
Yeah, 185 lots. There's 56 large lots. I think it was 32 industrial lots, and there was 156 separate units in the retirement village.
Retirement village.
There is a big split. There is a split, and I've got that. I just haven't got it in front of me, Erin, so I can certainly see that. We're making a note of the questions here, so we can.
Typically, you're looking at probably around between 20 and 30% of your would be put towards what you would suggest as being social housing. The vast majority of the project will be looking to more the market and to get people into homes. One of the things and discussions we found, both in the engagement with the community as a whole and also with anecdotal reports, has been a lot of our people from Dargaville want to move back home again, but they just don't get there's no place. So that's the reason behind that.
Yeah, and that's really strong right now in this COVID world as well. So so that leads me on to another question, is actually the time frame of the development. I can see the time frame of the sorry if this is out of the scope of the questioning. I'm just interested, just real quickly, when would you expect people to be living out there if this went ahead?
It's on the council.
Yeah, that's a 64 million, actually a $357 question, that. And they come down to, you know, how we collaborate moving forward, suggest, Erin, from our point of view. I've spent Ria building things and asking people to get out of the way politely so you can create the opportunity and the talent to be able to do that. I think really what we've got to try and do here is work together as a team to try and, could we do it starting within a year? It depends on how quick we get the plan back, you know, but we see it as a 4-year bit once we get cracking. And just on your other question earlier, Erin, sorry, I just glanced on that. There were 24 industrial lots and 435 residential lots, of which 156 are in the retirement village. So do the math on that, about 250 houses.
Thank you. And I just have one more question, and that's you've done it looks like you've done quite a massive amount of community engagement. Have you had any negative feedback? What's been the appetite?
So Vanessa speaking now. Yes, the neighbours, it's a big change on the boundary to the neighbours. So some of them have concerns. For example, about having houses right next to their dairy farm operation, that sort of thing, which we, you know, that is a big change, so we appreciate that. So we are intending to have provision to address that and as part of the plan change, like setbacks and screening and some other tool like that.
Just that as well, just to add to that, Erin, and it's a question. And the devil is in the detail, really, in the responses that we get back to those respondents. Is basically, if you look at the CIA report that we put together, the cultural impact assessment, that was a 300-page document. Tracy, do you want to talk about it for 2 seconds?
Yeah, so we held 5 meetings with Iwi Hapu and Marae with due regards to what was outstanding on that and their concerns. We are also holding a further meeting to look at mitigation appropriate factors in discussion on the 22nd of January next year to make sure we get that through. So we are open and we're working with certainly with everybody to get this right. We see it, however, as the biggest opportunity for Dargaville to once again set itself in a place in the sun and be a sunrise opportunity, not a sunset opportunity. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, that's Robert Kiyosaki that's coming out of me. But I certainly see the opportunity for us as we have gone through a number of discussions and also strong corridor. There have been thoughts about what people want and what they don't want, how they are concerned, the whole matter of gifting, etc. So we've gone back and we've done a vast range of in-depth research with our people both here, and we thank our people down in Wellington Land Matters for their support in getting all the necessary information through. So we've been able to articulate that well to people to make sure that everyone understands. And we are looking to see how we can share this with the community and long term. If you look at just the retirement village, for argument's sake, we see this as a great opportunity long term whereby we could have our people being trained within looking after that facility, and they may be taking it over in 10 to 15 years. That's one of our goals.
Thank you.
Out of the hands of the developers.
Thank you. We'll keep this moving along. Councillor Wethy, question, please, for clarification.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, good presentation, guys. I think that covers the things a lot. There are a couple of questions that I have, though. Under your findings 2, which is early on in the presentation, you talk about the Northern Wairoa Contestable Fund bestowing an enduring benefit on the community, but there's not much description of what that Northern Wairoa Contestable Fund is or what its objectives sector are.
Sure.
And the second question I have...
So we'll just take Councillor Wethy, we'll just take these one at a time. So probably Richard Uspar, you'll be answering this, I assume.
Yes, the Northern Wairoa Fund is a fund that's operated underneath the North Community Foundation auspices. Essentially, the post that we get from this block of land will be with the Northern Community Foundation, and the way it works is they will take part of that investment and feed it back into the fund so that it goes to match inflation and everything else. Then it's a contestable fund for the benefit of key organisations in the northern area. It's our own little mini ASB for this area. Sort of something that looks like the Magnifying Endowment Fund, actually, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's fine. Now the second one is looking at your makeup of the development. You've got a light industrial, and you've then got exclusions in there. Non-industrial activities are discouraged. There's no mention in any of the activities that you're encouraging about any commercial activity other than, you know, light industrial. Well, light industrial is quite different from commercial. Are you not going to encourage commercial? Because I would have thought that as a development with light industrial and all the rest of it starts to grow, it will naturally provide opportunities. Are you factoring that in at all as far as commercial development as well?
So I'll answer that one, Peter. The idea is not to compete with Dargaville, but to complement Dargaville. So we certainly don't want to set up another town centre on our racecourse site. And so we will be providing for commercial activities, but only ones sort of either part of the light industrial activity. For example, make things on the site, and they have a small retail element out of it, plus lunch bars and whatnot to support the workers. And we'll have a neighbourhood centre area which were local shops, but we're aiming a very small, low-key commercial element, not town centre strip mall of shops. That's in Dargaville, and that's where people can go for their shopping, so to speak.
Okay,
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 3 minutes left for this item. So Councillor Wills, question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. First of all, congratulations to your group on successfully negotiating the release or the purchase of the property. So, I mean, you only just briefly brushed over that, but that was a major, so well done on achieving that. My question though is, who is actually the land owning entity? Because I struggled to identify that in your presentation.
Dargaville Racing owns it in fee simple title, unencumbered. And we have an agreement with the racing industry as to how we continue with our rights under the Racing Industry Act 2020.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that very clearly, Richard. Please, the reason I'm asking
The
is
legal
I identify where you're going.
the property is the Dargaville Racing Club. The problem we had was some provisions in the Racing Industry Bill 2020. We have resolved that problem with the industry. It's owned by the Dargaville Racing Club, fee simple title, unencumbered.
Okay, thank you. Just really quickly, conscious of the time, funding, you've got the property. Will you be using the funding within the presentation group, or will you be seeking outside? I'm just asking for getting an understanding of the project because of the scale.
Yeah, we will be seeking funding outside as well as within the group, particular for the need to look at also getting government support so that we can move through the process. We have talked to developers already, in particular for those who are experienced within developing and delivering retirement village models that are unencumbered at the end, and also being able to provide necessary employment for the local people. We see that as a great opportunity, but also, councillors, we are making sure that there is a structure whereby we ensure that our local people, as in the people around Dargaville, get the opportunity to work there first and are trained up in those necessary skills.
And the numbers were presented to us, sorry, Mr. Mayor, but this is pretty important to Dargaville. The numbers that were presented to us, thank you for those. I wrote them down, the number of houses, the sites in there. Yep. But roughly the geographical apportionment between the different aspects of they're of interest to me. They don't have to be answered now, but I would appreciate that information later, please. And also just briefly, and it's a question, do you understand that we're going through our district plan review process at the moment, and we welcome contributions specifically regarding what you're looking for the residential and the larger residential site aspects, and also we don't have a definition of what light industrial is. Rather than rewriting history, it would be a lot cheaper for all concerned if you were to contribute at this stage while we're formulating that process. Sorry, that's a question, but thank you.
Good idea. Thank you. Happy to collaborate.
Thank you. So Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, question for clarification.
Yes, does this project meet the criteria to obtain Kāinga Ora infrastructure funding?
Yes.
Simple question, simple answer. Thank you. Lovely, very concise. Thank you. Question from me. Page 18 of your presentation, you have a map of the general residential area. Just to be absolutely clear, when you're talking about the area of the retirement village, it's not necessarily clear in the pictures that are here. Is it everything which is on the northeast side of the curve?
Yeah, it's that triangular piece, Jason, that you see where the arrow says retirement village.
Yes.
So that boundary that it touches, which is opening boundary, it's everything in that to the road, back to the Awakino Point Road and back a new road that's been formed with a zebra crossing in it, you can see. So it's that triangle to the right of the picture.
Yes, right. Okay, because it's not clear where your neighborhood center, for example, in your presentation is very clear what you're talking about, which part you're talking about, but the retirement village is just kind of there-ish. So thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Can I just clarify one thing? That master plan is illustrative only. It's just to give you an idea. So the retirement village could be located anywhere in that residential space, but we've shown it in the core just to show it somewhere. We quite like that, but that's a decision from, so that's not a plan change decision.
Okay, thank you. That's a super double clear definition now. Thank you for that, Vanessa, adding that. So it's in that area. Thank you. That now makes it perfectly clear. Look, at this point, I'm not seeing any further hands here regarding questions for clarification. So we'll bring this item to a close. I'd like to thank all of the parties involved here for bringing to us today this update and this presentation about this Dargaville Racecourse development. It's clear to us that you have further steps ahead, including bringing this officially to the council as the indication is, a private plan change. So that may happen in due course, but certainly there is a lot to celebrate here, especially the key piece of news, Richard, regarding the New Zealand Racing Board aspects of the land and Dargaville. So that is a huge triumph for you personally, and I'd like to give a shout out to you for that, for your tenacity and perseverance on that, because without your personal efforts, Richard, that important thing would not have happened, which is absolutely a cornerstone in whatever may lie ahead here. So I'd just like to draw a close to this item at that point, and thank all of the team again, this trifecta, and with all of the work that's gone on here, and wish you all a safe and happy Christmas. Thank you, and good luck with your getting your documents into the council.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor, and thank you for hearing us. We're proud of this project. We're about to put it in your tender hands. Please look after it. Have a good Christmas.
Thank you. Right. So at this point, we're moving on to item number 2.2 of today's agenda, which is a presentation from Marion McEwing. And so, Marion, the protocols here, as you can see, you've got 5 minutes for a presentation, and then there'll be questions for clarification of your presentation by elected members. So thank you for joining us this morning. I'm sorry the meeting's not in person, but nevertheless, we do what we can in these difficult times. So good morning, Marion.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can. Cool. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to make this presentation, especially at short notice. I've been asked to speak on behalf of a group of 150 plus known as a Concerned Citizens of Dargaville. Our group is made up of people from all walks of life, vaxxed and unvaxxed, who are concerned about the dividing influence that mandates are having on our community. In reading the KDC Protection Framework, as advertised in last week's Lifestyler, we have several areas of concern. The advert does say that there may be changes, so we felt encouraged to share our concerns with you. Our main concern is how much trust is being placed on the vaccine pass in regards to the use of the town hall, campgrounds and contractors working with the KDC. It is a known fact that vaccinated people can still get COVID and transmit the virus to others. In fact, the Ministry of Health's website actually says when there is a high COVID vaccine rate coverage that is above 80% of eligible people fully vaccinated, transmission is more likely to occur from a vaccinated than an unvaccinated individual. So putting trust in a vaccine pass does not guarantee there will be no transmission of COVID. Some countries are now saying that boosters are now required after 3 months due to the waning efficacy of the vaccine. Therefore, we would like to suggest that a negative antigen test would give more assurance against the spread of COVID than a vaccine pass, and should at least be an alternative. This would be in keeping with the border requirements that the government has approved for travel as of today, double vaxxed or a negative test. As far as the town hall, people who hire the town hall should be the ones who mandate the group, not council. This is the case with other facilities that are hired out in Dargaville. There are guidelines for these groups, but they are not mandates. For contractors working with the KDC, a negative antigen test would be more reliable, and then you would not be putting greater burden on these businesses to mandate their staff when they're not required to by law. Standard mask wearing and 1 metre distance should be adequate for most contractors. The Upper Hutt City Council has paved the way in deciding not to put this burden on their people, and we believe KDC should do the same. The government has gone to great lengths to remove the hatred in our communities by passing many laws caused by discrimination, only to turn around and to deliberately bring division with vaccines. Council needs to be careful not to fall into that same trap and cause division amongst our small communities. The success of the Kaipara is dependent on every member of our community working together. We all need to show respect for others, the views of others, even if we don't agree with them. If the people are paying taxes for council facilities, they need to be able to use them without discrimination. We need our council to use its resources and its leadership in the community to encourage tolerance of other people's views and choices. As you know, we're presently under the red traffic light system due to our lower vaccination rate. But even if we reached 90%, there would still be 10% who, for different reasons, have chosen not to be vaccinated, who are part of our district and should not be ostracised by the community. As a business owner, myself, of 27 years in the Dargaville district, I am in contact with people every day who are feeling discriminated against or are very concerned about the divide that is happening in our town. The business owners in our group have got together and designed a poster saying, "All are welcome." I don't know if you can spec to front, but you can see. This has been very popular and has made it easier for people to know where they can shop. We do not want to discriminate. The government mandates on health workers, educators, and now hospitality and hairdressers has affected many people in our district. Many of these businesses are struggling, especially now that they have to act as the police for passports. We're hearing of people verbally attacking other people who are trying to enforce these laws or attacking people who they think are not enforcing the laws, and others for not being vaccinated, to try and force them to comply so that we can have more privileges. We cannot survive as a community if we continue down this path. We need to stand together and support one another and not mandate more than is necessary. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Marion. Thank you for a very, very clear presentation to us. We heard every word and that was very, very clear. Thank you. I have a question for you to start us off. I have two questions actually. First of all, do you know, and what is the cost for each antigen test? Because I have no idea what they would cost. And who do you think should pay for that locally?
Presently, I understand that it is free for a couple of weeks over the Christmas break, and then I've been led to understand it would be around $15, and that would be under the contractors, for instance. If I was a contractor, then I would have to pay. That would be my business. Yeah.
Thank you. So regarding council facilities, I'm trying to get clarity here. So you're advocating that if we were to go to antigen tests, that they would be available. So who would pay for those antigen tests at council facilities?
Well, I would understand that individuals would pay. That would be my understanding. But if it was a group that wanted to hire the building, as in like we have in our own church building, people hiring our rooms, they will mandate their own group, and if we required antigen tests, they would have to do that themselves.
Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins, question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Marion. Thank you so much for your presentation. I was wondering, are you making a submission also to our local MP? I think a lot of the concerns that you have are actually dictated by central government, and we're just following the laws as they've been set, unfortunately.
I personally have contacted our MP, and I will perhaps send the same to them. I do believe, I am part of the Retail Association, and I understand quite clearly that we are not, as retailers, we're not mandated. It is a personal choice. And from what I can understand, that's very similar for council, particularly for buildings, for campgrounds. When I looked up about campgrounds, there is no set mandate for that. That's something that council chooses to do. And we would really love it if there was more consultation on that. Yeah, that answer it?
It does, thank you. Are you also aware that this is an operational matter and it wasn't a decision of council?
No, I probably wasn't aware of that. The decision that I've read, the latest, what you've got on your website, the lakes, Kaiwi Lakes, I personally felt that was fair. Not everybody in our group thinks that way, but I think that you have done your best to try and make it work for most people. But I'm also aware that with 100% vaccinated people in a campground, that doesn't stop COVID.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Councillor Wilson-Collins, your hand is still raised there. Elected members, are there any further questions for clarification of Marion and her very, very clear presentation?
Yes.
Councillor, I was saying no further questions. Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, question for clarification.
Yes, that's an interesting example. Thank you, Marion, for your great presentation. About the Upper Hutt Council decision to not mandate passes. Is there anything further that you know about that situation and whether that's helping that district with their economy and business as usual, so that businesses can continue to operate without the sanctions and stress that they are under that you've described?
I personally don't know anything or any businesses
Did
down there
anyone hear me?
that I haven't been able to find. Can you hear me?
Sorry. I'll just pause for a second, everybody. So just very quickly. So yes,
Yes, I can.
coming from the end of this, Marion, we can hear you clearly. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, we can hear you. It was a bit scratchy. If you were to turn off your camera, it would be clearer, but all of the question came through. So it was a clear question. Thank you. So Marion, you're 90% of the way through your answer right now. Thank you.
It's just that I don't know any personally people in Hunt and in that Hut area, but I can totally feel for the businesses that they would be just feeling that is wonderful, because I know that the business heads there in Dargaville, I would say a good majority are very concerned about where we're heading if we continue down that road of discrimination, and that we need at every event to be kind and caring and to put people at rest about their concerns. There's a lot of misinformation out about the about vaccines and unvaccinated people. And people are very fearful. In fact, I've heard today that somebody that went to a sewing group and was told that they couldn't be there if they're all vaccinated, but if you're going to associate with unvaccinated people, you would not be no longer welcomed. And that they announced, which is not totally true, that the Dargaville Sewing Centre are unvaccinated, which is incorrect, and therefore they would be boycotting my business.
That's no good at all. Thank you for that answer.
Yes, thank you, Marion. And that's that's a regrettable piece of news to be concluding this item on. Thank you for bringing this presentation to us today. And as you have heard, the government has set the framework within which the council is operating, and the council's health and safety guidelines for all its staff also require very, very deft navigation of what's required here in a very complex time in our community. This is certainly unparalleled. So thank you for your presentation and for bringing the concerns of the 150 people from your group. We really appreciate your presentation today, and the fact, Marion, that you've been so clear with us. So just on that note, we'll bring this item to a close. Thank you, and just wish you and your family a wonderful and safe Christmas, and all blessings to you. And thank you again for your presentation today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. Go well. Thank you. Thank you. Right, at this point, we are going to move into our third presentation for today. And we have John Pearson from the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society, who is joining us for our presentation this morning as well. John, welcome. Nice to see you. All is well with you. And so the standard again here is that there's kind of 10 minutes for the presentation and then questions for clarification from the elected members.
Okay, fine. I was told 5 minutes, so we might be extra time.
Yeah, 5 minutes is better. Yep, great.
Now, I'm trying to sure what I've done. Okay. I don't know whether you have been emailed my presentation. I was trying to share it, but obviously I've not succeeded, I don't think. So So I'll just go ahead with it. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to present to the Kaipara District Council the consequences of the Mangawhai Harbour Sandspit from the 3 new resource consent applications for sand mining off Parkery Beach. Just a few facts about the new resource consent applications. McCullum Brothers have applied for 3 resource consents off Parkery Beach to mine sand up to the Northern Regional Council and Auckland Council boundary. The consents are for the near shore, which is a 5 to 10 metre depth, the mid shore, which is a 10 to 25 metre depth, and the far shore, which is a 25 to 35 metre depth. The applications are for mining 9.1 million cubic metres of sand over 35 years. The Kaipara District Council and Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society are 2 organisations with the same goal: a healthy environment, and environmentally sustainable harbour. But more than that, the Mangawhai Harbour, beaches and related activities are the reasons why most people move and live in the fastest growing region in Northland. A lot of the activities that the Kaipara District Council plan to carry out are paid for by the increasing number of Mangawhai ratepayers. 30 years ago, through neglect and storm, we nearly lost our harbour. There was a breach 600 metres wide, and the open sea was able to wash into the area around Lincoln Reserve, eroding the foreshore, destroying pippy beds, destroying the habitat of seabirds, including the fairy tern, turning the water at the northern end of the estuary so toxic that people were getting sick, and the breach created a dangerous bar for boats. Property prices crashed, and people were of the opinion that Mangawhai was dying and not a place to invest or to have a home. Through a massive community effort over 30 years, the Sandspit has been rebuilt to its present state. Mangawhai Harbour is now the jewel in the crown of the Kaipara District. This, however, will change. We are now seeing the effects of climate change with stronger and more frequent storms, the slow but sure rise of sea levels, and now with the 3 new resource applications, the possibility of losing 9.1 million cubic metres of sand, the culmination of which will result in sand being eroded from the Sandspit. To put that in perspective, a survey above mean high water spring was carried out quite a few years ago as to the volume of sand from a line from the Lincoln Reserve to the harbour entrance. This was 1.1 cubic metres. 9.1 million cubic metres is a volume 2 kilometres long, 500 metres wide, and 9 metres in depth. The loss of this much sand over time will erode the Sandspit and have the potential to destroy our harbour. The foreshore between Mangawhai Heads and Parkery is a closed embankment. The sand that protects the harbour was originally deposited from when the Waikato flowed into the Firth of Thames. Other than shell and erosion from the shore, there is no more sand, and the sand that is dredged is lost forever. So what could that mean for the Kaipara District Council? In the short term, increased costs to maintain the Sandspit to its present condition, uncertainty from people who want to buy into Mangawhai area and reduced development and subsequent loss of rates, an increased likelihood of another breach, and the slow environmental loss of marine and bird life. Should a breach occur, the KDC would be faced with the following: protection of properties affected by the open sea, a harbour that is not flushing properly, a dangerous bar, a drop in real estate values, no further development in Mangawhai, significant loss of bird and marine life. The KDC would then be faced as to whether the breach would be infilled as it was done 30 years ago. Assuming it was practical, the likelihood of being able to obtain a resource consent to infill the breach, given the current environmental restrictions, would be slim. However, if that was obtained, the cost to the KDC and possibly the NRC would be huge. Human activity is in the name of progress has destroyed so much of what we hold dear, and at some point we need to hold the line. And it is great to see that the Kaipara District Council have recognised this and the environmental harm that the sand mining will do, and have submitted to the Auckland Council opposing the 3 resource consent applications. Whichever way the decision goes, it will, however, end up in the Environment Court. The Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society would hope that the Kaipara District Council will still be committed to opposing the resource consents when that occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I would ask you to please, if you could stop sharing your screen. That would be.
Okay. Just trying to open it right up. Seems to have a slight technical hitch here. Don't know quite what's happened. No, don't seem to be able to do that.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Through you, Your Worship, John, if you, oh, there you go. And if you can stop sharing your screen, just hit, there'll be a button at the bottom.
Yeah. When I went on to try and share my information, it's somehow expand. No.
All right, we'll
I can hear you now. I can't for some reason. I don't know why. Hold on.
all right, we'll make this
Oh, hold on. Stop sharing.
lovely.
Oh, how's that?
Beautiful, lovely. Don't touch anything further. That's great. That's great. Thank you. If you're anything like me this time of year, all thumbs, I tell you.
Yeah.
We'll go to question for clarification from Councillor Wethy, and then a question from Councillor De La Varas Woodcock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, obviously, what John's explained is is quite a big problem, and one that's not solely at the feet of KDC, but also the NRC is also involved. What I was just wondering, and I don't know whether Gavin might be able to help out if he's got the actual presentation that John made, but the two photographs would be good to get on the screen because they show exactly what the current situation and state of the spit is, and compared it with what it was like during the time of the breach when it occurred in the late 90s. So is that possible at all, Gavin?
I tried to share before. For some reason it worked before, Gavin, but it hasn't worked this time. I've gone down to share at the bottom.
Yep. So maybe Gavin can do it from elsewhere. What we'll do, Councillor, so while Gavin is arranging that, possibly in the background, Councillor Wethy, do you have a question for clarification?
No, I'm fully familiar with it.
Thank you, Councillor De La Varas Woodcock. Question for clarification.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is about not particularly the risk the sand mining presents, which obviously are extreme, but in the broader context of the Mangawhai Harbour, could you describe any other matters that impinge upon its health and vitality that you are aware of for background?
In terms of what, the sand spit itself?
Just in terms of, are there other factors that also that the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society is concerned about?
Well, in this particular item, it is obviously the sand mining itself, but there's also obviously climate change and rising sea levels, which is something that we're all going to have to battle with. And obviously taking sand away from effectively the sand spit is just adding to those problems. And then the consequential effects in terms of marine life and basically our enjoyment of the harbour.
Right.
Thank you.
And
I remind elected members to keep their questions within the parameters of the presentation we've received. So
you can see now the two screens. So one's at the top on your screen, you can see the top where the harbour is at the moment. And the other one is taken back 30 years ago as to the breach that occurred. So potentially if a breach occurs, what's on the bottom photograph could occur again.
Okay.
And
wow.
that that's sort of the bottom line. Obviously, it would take a while, but potentially, if that amount of sand is removed, it will weaken the sand spit, and that's potentially what we could end up with.
Was that Cyclone Bowler event that breached it last time?
No, Cyclone Bowler certainly contributed to it, but basically what it was that all the rabbits were allowed to run rampant and eat all the vegetation. The sand was allowed to blow into the estuary. The estuary slowly filled up. It oxbowed closer and closer to the shore, and yes, storm events then weakened it, and it broke through. So it again comes down to man's neglect. So that was, yeah, but it wasn't just Cyclone Bowler that did that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Councillor
Right.
Wethy, we have the images on the screen. Your question, please.
Yeah, my question simply is really an carry on from what Councillor Delavaris Woodcock mentioned. The sand spit is a very delicate ecosystem. And there's a number of things.
So your question, Councillor Wethy, please.
Sorry?
Your question, please.
All right, the question is, how does the erosion of mangroves in the harbour and combining with the sand removal affect the longevity of the spit, John?
Well, in terms of mangroves, the proliferation of mangroves traps the sand, and if you go across Inslee Street, you will see the amount of mangroves, and the harbour relies very much on flushing. In other words, what they call is the flow, the volume of water that flows into the harbour and flows back out again. The more that can do that, the better the harbour health is, and obviously mangroves itself stops that. So ultimately, if the harbour became fully infested with mangroves, no water would be flowing in or out, because basically it stops that. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there elected members? Councillor Curnow, I think this might be the last question for clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, just interested in your thoughts. I've heard discussion about the difference between inshore and sort of further outshore sand mining.
Yep.
Is that a significant difference? Significant enough to make one
Yeah,
better?
it is very significant. Obviously, the near shore is virtually at 5 metre depth, which basically is the depth of the water where they can actually start dredging, is virtually almost right on Parkery Beach.
Mm.
So that is obviously going to have the most detrimental effect. And so that, and they have a resource consent to do that at the moment. And so that is actually occurring as we speak.
Mm.
Then there is the second one where they're going out to the 15 to 20 depth, and then the far shore. There is an argument that the far shore, if that was the only consent that was approved, would not have the same effect, because it would almost be outside the embayment, if you like, between Mangawhai Heads and the bottom point of Parkery Beach. So, but the combined, I mean, 9.1 million cubic meters is a vast amount of sand.
Mm. And has there, so you say that there's some evidence that the far shore wouldn't have the impacts that you're concerned
Correct.
about?
Worldwide, no one dredges at 5 to 10 meters, or probably even 15 to 20. They all, the rules worldwide are that you dredge 25 meters plus to stop exactly what we're talking about.
Okay. Thank you. That's very clear.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm seeing no hands raised. So John, at this point, there are no further questions for clarification of your presentation. The elected members of the council are aware that the council is putting in a submission opposing the inshore sand mining resource consent. And so that's also in train as well. But look, I'd just like to thank you for coming today and for your presentation. This is a very, very important challenge for sustainability. I'm going to use that word, sustainability of the ecosystem and the world in which we know for Mangawhai. And thank you for bringing it to our attention. Thank you for the work you're doing and leading with the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society. That local leadership on the ground is very important, and we're all helping build this place together and trying to make a better kaipara. So thank you very much for your part in that. At this point, I'd like to again thank you for attending and wish you well for a safe Christmas ahead. And we're aware that today is the day when the 15th of December, when all of Auckland starts coming back to Mangawhai. So I hope you're bracing for that. So good luck with your summer ahead. Thank you again for your presentation. And
thank you. Thank you for listening.
Well,
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Thank you. So at this point, brings us to the end of our presentations and petitions. And so what I propose at this point is that we take a 4-minute break at this point, and we adjourn the council meeting for 4 minutes to resume at 10:45 a.m. When we will pick up with the confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting. Thank you. So brief adjournment. Ka kite. All right, we're just waiting for a quorum of elected members to be present before we can resume the meeting. One, two, three, four, five. We're making that 5. Okay, that's the quorum. Thank you. So we'll resume the meeting at this point, and we're picking up at section number 3 of today's agenda, which is the minutes section, and we are looking at item number 3.1, which is the confirmation of the open minutes of the 24th of November council meeting. Councillor Curnow is looking to move this, and Councillor Wilson-Collins seconding this. Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the minutes or issues? No questions or issues. Thank you. Right, we'll put this these minutes forward with the recommendation as written, seeking confirmation as a true and accurate record. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? So this is carried. Thank you. True and accurate record. Thank you. So we're moving on now to section number 4, notices of motion. There are no notices of motion for this meeting. And now we're into our decision-making part of the meeting with section number 5. So the first of these items, this is an interesting one for us today and different for the council. We have an objection determination regarding drainage work on private property. So for this item, this is going to be run differently to a normal council decision item, insofar as this is a mini hearing that we are hearing from members of the public here about a very specific part of a very specific piece of legislation and the rules regarding Kaipara District Council. So for this process, how we will start this is that I will hand to Linda Osborne to introduce and contextualize this item. We also have council's legal advisor Warren Bangma is present as well to be able to provide legal advice to elected members if that is required at this point. And once Linda is finished with her presentation and contextualizing the matter before us, then I'll be inviting Jeff Main, who is also with us, to provide his perspective and to speak to this item. So elected members will, of course, have been reading all of the material here. Once that is finished, council will need to deliberate and make a decision here. So that is then the next part of the process. So this will be a great piece of work for us all. And so to kick us off with this, thank you. I'm going to go to Linda Osborne to lead us off. Thank you, Linda. Kia ora.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm Linda Osborne, Administration Manager. I was approached some time ago by a property owner along Jack Boyd Drive who wanted to connect to the wastewater system. The only way he could connect to that was to go down a private right-of-way, which is owned by 7 other property owners. So council under the Local Government Act has the power to put lines for drainage on or under access ways that are privately owned. But to do that, they have to have the written consent of all the property owners. So if all the consent's given, that's fine. Council can just go ahead and do the work. But if anybody objects, then they have to follow a quite strict process under the Local Government Act, which means the objector has the right to have his say, which is what we're doing here today. Like I say, the only logical way for the property owner to connect is down the right of way. It would be very difficult for him to go to all the property owners and try and get their consensus to have the line put in. So it is most obvious that council would be doing this work on behalf of all the property owners. Trying to think what else you might like to know. So as I say, 7 of the owners, 7 people own the right of way. 6 of them have given their written approval, and I've talked to them, some of them over the phone as well, and have no objections whatsoever. But the mains, of course, have objected, not on the basis that it's going to cause any problems installing the line, more the fact that the capable to connect charge would be charged the year following completion of the line. That charge is currently $790 a year. And if, say, the line was constructed in January, the charge would be applied from 1st of July. If it was constructed, say, in August next year, it wouldn't be applied till the following 1st of July. So as part of this hearing, the council have to decide, they've got 2 decisions to make, whether to abandon the work or proceed with the works. The other decision they could make is proceed with some alterations, but as I see it, there's really no alterations that can be done that would change what the objector thought, because ultimately the line will create a capable to connect charge in the end. Following this, if the council proceeded to go ahead with the works, then the objectors, the mains, have the opportunity to appeal to the district court within 14 days of council's decision. There's no right of appeal for the, so say for example, the people that want the building consent and the line put in, there's no right of appeal for them if council decides to abandon the works. So really, yeah, we need a decision today as to what we're going to do. So yeah, if you've got any questions.
Thank you. So at this point, it's questions for Linda, and it's questions regarding the process and where we sit, because we are yet to hear from Jeff and the mains, and we're yet to hear make our actual deliberation considerations. Thank you. So Councillor De Livaris Woodcock, question.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. The first question is, how many connections are left for the Mangawhai wastewater scheme? And my second question is, if this line is established, does that allow these sections to be further subdivided?
Whether the line's established or not, the sections down there are quite big anyway. They can probably subdivide if they really had to, going through easements through private property or on-site disposal, which neither are ideal. Regarding capacity, that's kind of an ever-changing number. We don't really know how many, it changes within a month as to how many are still left to connect. My understanding, there's only 2 down that right of way at this stage who are willing to connect in the near future. The rest will just continue with their on-site systems.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification at this point in time? Okay, no further questions for Linda. Okay, and Warren, thank you. If you'll just all remain in place, thank you. And now, good morning, Jeff. I'd like you to please join our meeting and to turn on your camera if you would, please, if you're able to.
Yep, I think I've done that.
Very good. That's very clear now. Yes, we can see you and we can hear you clearly as well. So that's good. So, Jeff, welcome to this council meeting. I'm very sorry that we're not meeting in person. It's a real challenge doing something such as this by digital format online, but look, we're being as agile as we can, and we are trying to make this as fast for you as possible to get to a resolution for you so that you have clarity and we all have clarity here. So Jeff, over to you, please, for a presentation to us. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to fellow councillors for being present. Mike, oops, what's happened?
No, it's all good. Just carry on.
Oh, it's just I've disappeared. That's all. My objection basically to the sewer line being brought down our right of way is not the fact that it will destroy the driveway or do anything else other than the fact that we have to pay the contribution fee. And as we will never be able to connect to the sewer because of the cost of connection, and our system works perfectly, we have no intention of subdividing, I can't see why we should have to pay a contribution fee for something that we're never going to use. I always thought that it was user pay, and this is definitely not user pay because we're not going to use. Therefore, it's I pay and you use, which doesn't seem correct to me. And I think this actually goes for other ratepayers in the Mangawhai area as well that don't wish to connect or can't connect to the sewer for various reasons, but still have to pay the contribution fee. It would be a bit like Vector actually charging you because the power line ran over your house, or perhaps Chorus because they put a cable past your door, so you should pay for the internet. So I can't see why, when I'm not using a service, I should have to pay for the service. And the only way I can stop you from doing that is by refusing you access to my right of way. So in that respect, I suppose it's a it's a bit of a protest, perhaps. Over to you.
Thank you. So, Jeff, is that the end of your presentation to us? Yeah.
Yeah, but basically short and sweet. The only reason I'm not going ahead with the connection or allowing the council to come down the driveway is because I don't want to pay the contribution fee, because I think it's extortion. And the only way to bring it to a point, of course, is to bring it to you, so your council can decide whether extorting money from people is viable or whether it's not. I don't know how the local council can do this, but obviously in somewhere in your regulations or laws you are able to do it. No one else can do it, but of course councils can do it. I don't know why, but that's basically my submission.
Thank you. It's very clear. So at this point, questions for clarification, just so that everyone just gets a very clear picture of exactly what you're saying. So we'll go Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, then Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Main. I would just like to pick up on your first point. You said that your on-site wastewater disposal system works well, and you, from what just for clarification, you believe that this system will have longevity to keep?
Yes, I've actually spoken to the wastewater people who manage the system for me and come twice a year to service it, and they say that it doesn't have any end of life span, that it can continue to work forever. And I think since I've got the land area and I can process it on site, surely that's a green option, rather than forcing a connection onto something that perhaps doesn't work very well even at the moment and is at capacity.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got two questions. Morning, Jeff.
Morning.
First question is, it sounds like it's some sort of an aerated wastewater treatment system you have in your place, which will have an outfall through a series of pipes around your property?
On a distribution field, that's correct.
Yeah. So what use is being made in that distribution field? Like, is it irrigating plantings around your property, or is it just disappearing into the ground?
It's on a planted distribution field, so I suppose the planting on the field is absorbing what water comes off it.
Yeah. So in the event that you were to connect to the public system, what would become of that?
Well, the cost of actually connecting to the public system is prohibitive, so I would never be able to connect. The $27,000 contribution for connection, plus the groundwork and site work that would be involved in actually doing it, would amount to about a $50,000 expense. And as a pensioner, I could never afford that. So we will be continuing with our distribution field, I'm afraid.
Yep. Okay, cool. My last question is regarding the process that you've been involved in with the council up to this point. Have there been any deficiencies or defects in the way it's been handled?
Not really, but I will say the letter that was initially sent to us was perhaps ambiguous, because it said that if you didn't connect, they would simply do it under the Public Works Act anyway, which made it feel like, well, if I don't sign it, you're going to do it anyway, which was not true. And I've spoken to the other neighbours down here, and they said, well, they just connected because they felt they had to anyway. So I only think that the initial approach was ambiguous in saying that, well, if you don't connect, we'll simply just override you anyway and connect you, and force you to pay a contribution fee, and we'll just come down your driveway no matter what.
So, but you've sort of got yourself more fully informed now, so you understand what the nature of the process we're going
through. Yes, and the letter
it?
didn't actually say that we would have to pay a contribution fee to the council. It merely said that there wouldn't be any cost incurred to the ratepayer for them coming down the driveway. It didn't actually say that they would then be liable for the contribution fee.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that.
Is perhaps an omission that was either intentional or unintentional.
Sorry, I've just got a language-related question before we come to Councillor Larson. So when you say contribution fee, what you mean is the capable to connect?
The capable to connect, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Just so we're clear, okay, about the terms and definitions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Larson, question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of questions for staff in relation to the submission from Mr. Main. The first question is there a mechanism to allow for a waiver on paying the capable to connect fee in particular circumstances? And if so, are there any instances where the fee has been waived in other locations?
I can answer that, Mayor, if that's okay.
Please, Linda, yes.
So no, there has been no circumstance where a line is, so the definition of capable to connect is you're within 30 metres of the public line. The only exception that somebody might not have to pay is if they own a right of way, if they're down a right of way, but they don't actually own a portion of it, then their property itself is not within the 30 metres. Because the right of way itself is not within the 30 metres because they don't own a portion of it. That's the only circumstance I'm aware of.
Yes. My argument of that is that you mentioned that before about owning part of the right of way that connects to my property, but they're on two separate titles. So I think that nullifies that. It's the right of way isn't asking for a sewage connection.
We'll go back to Councillor Larson, please. So your second question, Councillor Larson?
So, well, just in relation to that, just to clarify that then, is it actually a right of way or is it a jointly owned access lot that you own a share in?
A jointly owned access lot.
Okay, so yes, you have ownership in a jointly owned access lot, not a right of way. Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you. And my other question that I'd like to ask is there any mechanism that could be used in terms of the hardship that Mr. Main is citing to get a subsidy to cover the cost of the capable of connect charge? like a rates rebate? Is there something that could be applied for if this scheme was to go ahead down this?
Yes,
Joel?
there is a rates rebate option. You just have to declare what your income is. I don't know what the threshold is off the top of my head, but council also has a financial hardship rebate as well. I understand the threshold for that is very low, but definitely rates rebate, yes.
We already get the rates rebate anyway, part of the fact that we're pensioners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Elected members, are there further questions of Mr. Mayne for clarification? No further questions? Right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a
Sorry,
question?
Councillor Wills. Sorry, you didn't raise your hand. Thank you. Councillor Wills. Yep.
My apologies. Thank you for your patience. May I just ask a question, because it was mentioned by our staff member then, the 30 metres, that's from the facility to the house site or to the section, or to what point does that 30 metres apply, please?
The 30 metres is where the line exists now to the edge of the property boundary.
But so may I ask for clarification, if it's a road front property, then it's already within the 30 metres?
It's not.
It's not a road front. Mr. Mayne's property is not a road front property.
Yeah.
But because the access way is jointly owned, then yes, all of those property owners actually are within 30 metres of the line.
Which is my point. So he already has a property that is 30 within the 30 metre criteria. I'm just asking for clarification.
Exactly, but that property doesn't want to have the sewer connected. So just because I've got a property that's near the sewer doesn't mean to say the property I actually own wants to have it. I can't see how the two are connected.
I'm just trying to just get you understanding. Thank you.
They're on two separate titles, so they're not actually physically connected as such.
All right, thank you. So are there further questions? Councillor Larson, your hand is still raised, or is it completed? Thank you. We're completed there. Right. All right, thank you. So at this point, we move into the next part of this process, which is actually the deliberation and decision-making part of this item. And so in order to provide structure to this, we need to move and start with a position here. And based on the principles of everything that's already gone before regarding capable to connect fees and the rules and the processes here, I'm going to move the recommendation as written here. And this is to start our process today. And so putting this onto the table, and I'm seeking a seconder for this. Councillor Wethy, thank you. So this puts this onto the table. We have now already done questions, and so we are now elected members into a space where it is elected members here who are deliberating on this item. Process question, Councillor Vincent.
The process question, Mr. Mayor. An option is available to us to do this deliberation with public excluded, and I think whatever we decide, we should make a conscious decision whether we're going to determine this in open meeting or with public excluded.
Thank you. So the for the avoidance of doubt, we are already in a transparent, open public meeting, and the intention that I have is for us to remain transparent and open in our decision making, rather than go into public excluded. I certainly don't see that there would be any need for that, which is why we haven't gone into public excluded. I believe that it's important for the process to be as transparent as it can possibly be for all of us at this point, but your point is well made. of course, as the chair of the council right now, I have put a recommendation, it's now been seconded, onto the table. So there may be amendments to that. But like I say, we are now in a proper decision-making process here for us here today. All right, so I have, there being no further questions, all right, at this point, so we're going to move into these deliberations, and quite simply, I would say everyone is entitled to make their statements under the normal standing orders approach, and that is the approach that I would recommend that we take with this. So everyone will be able to have their say, and at the conclusion of this, we will vote on this decision. So just for from my perspective, I'd like to start now. Look, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your presentation today. And this is a very, very challenging subject for the elected members and for Kaipara District Council, the subject of the Capable to Connect fee. And the reason why it is so challenging is that it's nothing to do with the people. It's nothing to do with any person. It is to do with the properties. And so I repeat myself, it's nothing to do with any person. It's to do with properties, because the property, any property, once it is within the net, and I use the word net in that fishing sense, the net of the Capable to Connect zone, that layer inside Mangawhai, those properties have heightened ecological benefits, if you like, to the community. They will never produce, if you like, septic tanks to leak into the harbour. They, of course, help to share the improving wastewater system over time. All those properties become part of the future that has been designed now for a decade and is working its way through with our community. In the place for the properties, we've had discussion informally about how can it be put onto LIM reports that a property has a Capable to Connect status, because in theory it is an additional value to the property, any property, when it comes to be sold by whomever chooses to sell it at whatever point in the future, because it's a one-way system on that line. So unfortunately, how I see it is there are real challenges, if you like, and growing pains in Mangawhai community as the place grows, between the difference between a personal wastewater system on your own private property and that future condition or future state for all of Mangawhai, where basically the entire area of Mangawhai will be on the wastewater system to protect the harbour and for those positive environmental factors that represents. Noting that Mangawhai particularly is basically built on a sand dune, so it's very, very porous soils. So the challenge for all of us is about the difference between a Capable to Connect fee or not. And this is the great challenge for us, Jeff. And so elected members, that is the simple matter on which this rises before us today. I am very mindful of other people in the community who are very concerned about the Capable to Connect fee as well. And that same position of saying this Capable to Connect fee is part of the growing pains of a fast growing community as it transitions from septic tanks and private wastewater systems to a public reticulated system. And so that is simply part of the growing pains and the reality of being in a very popular place. I would like to see ways that this council can ease the burden for any people who are concerned about these capable to connect fees, but also note that their properties benefit from being capable to connect. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but absolutely in the future, in a direct sense. Maybe
But
not
still,
today or
doesn't
tomorrow. And so, Jeff, there is no right of comment at this point.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry. So, so that is the opening statement from me, and I think the situation is tough and hard. The growing pains in Mangawhai are very, very real, but this is about properties, not about people, and it's part of the system that we have, and the council's taking this one on. Thanking you again, Jeff, for the presentation today and for all of your engagement here with us. So we haven't concluded here yet. Thank you. Seconder here, Councillor Wethy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thanks, Jeff, for your presentation. And I think there's a lot of sympathy that they're out there for people in your situation. But I'd like to draw other elected members' attention to a couple of points. Firstly, I presume you've all had a look at the local map, which shows the Google map of this little part of Jack Boyd Drive, where the proposed lane, or where the lane is, and where the proposed sewer line would be. What I think is very important is that if you look at the bottom two sections, they're virtually right on the edge of the harbour. You'll see the mangroves, you'll see a little channel that's going through there. And so all of those sections, the whole 7 sections, Jeff's and the other 6, are all in very, very close proximity to the harbour. We've then got to roll back and say, why should he connect? Well, back in 5 years ago, there was such concern about the wastewater system. People were probably misunderstanding why it was put in. It was put in because the harbour was gradually becoming unsustainable as a swimming area and a recreational area. Something had to be done, and that's why the wastewater system was put in. In 2015, when a community group along with council looked at where the system was going, the wastewater system that had been put in, one of the things that came out of a huge amount of consultation and deliberation and investigation was that the recommendation to council was that they should make all properties within the connectable area, and this is very much so, within that connectable area, mandatorily required to connect, simply to protect the harbour. This is all about harbour protection. It's not about trying to, there's a witch hunt about individual ratepayers. It's about protecting the long-term survival of the harbour as a harbour as we know it right now. And so that requirement, that recommendation was put forward, and the second recommendation was really aimed at the Kaipara District Council to actually give a high priority to putting public sewer lines into all the available areas that didn't have them, to enable people to connect up. So there's no question that the Kaipara District Council, mainly through other priorities and funding issues, has not proceeded along those recommendations. But without those recommendations being put in the longer term, we're going to continue to suffer from a harbour detriment point of view. And so this opportunity opens up a public extension of the public sewer line down a lane, which enables 7 properties to potentially hook up. All those 7 properties are within a few hundred, or less than 100 metres or 2 of the harbour. No matter how good a private individual's wastewater system on site is, the runoff into the aeration fields is very likely to be a lot worse than the current wastewater system that Mangawhai operates for the community. Furthermore, all the treated water from that community system is piped up to Browns Road Farm, well away from the very, very porous sandy soils of the Mangawhai Heads area, where there is no aquifers that collect any nutrients and run back into the harbour. However, anything that's being treated on site and then allowed to filter through the sand, through the aeration field into the aquifers, eventually will be feeding nutrients into the harbour. And that is one of the reasons we've got such a proliferation of mangrove development, that and in combination with the rural runoff again with high nutrient levels. So the science behind this all is really to try and protect the harbour, make it sustainable, and unfortunately along the way people will occasionally find themselves pushed to connect up. But I think the actual philosophy behind the council putting in place a capable of connection fee is to encourage more and more people in this vulnerable area of our village to actually connect up to the system that's available. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy. Councillor Curnow with a statement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to illustrate Councillor Wethy's point by when I first started coming up to Mangawhai some sort of 16 or so years ago, the message in the community was very clear: do not swim in the estuary. You just don't, you get sick. And then the wastewater treatment plant went in and it's done what it's needed to do, and now, you know, when I can, I swim in the estuary because it's a lovely, clear, healthy place to swim. But I just wanted to go back and just tease out the fact that for councils, we often find ourselves in this tension between what some people want and what other people want, and the decision that we have to make will please nobody because we have to sit in the middle. I do hear that the Capable of Connect charge does create some challenges for some people, but the place for us to change that would be through the LTP process and our financial policies. So that is our policy as it is at the moment, that if you are connected, you pay that. And there are real benefits for properties, even if they're not connected. To be capable of connected, it does, by all accounts, create an additional value on the property. So while I hear that there is a difficulty with that, and not just from Mr. Main here today, but we do hear it from others that the Capable of Connect does create some problems. It does create some benefits too, and one of the benefits for council is that it helps to build momentum in a scheme where if we only ever said, only people who want to who actually want to join it and are ready to join it, it would be a very long, slow process and very difficult to fund. So part of this is about creating a model that allows us to build something more rapidly that has these very real benefits, both environmentally and for properties who are connected, and to a certain extent to those who are not connected. So it's not an easy place. And I hear your concerns, Mr. Main, but I hope you can understand a bit of council's position as well.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow. Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Larson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to express my relief at knowing that the outfall from the Mangawhai sewage scheme is not going into the environment. It's only going into the catchment of the Kaipara Harbour. But that aside, I think there's two separate issues here and that are related, and I think it's, to me, and I'm addressing my comments to my colleagues, not to Mr. Main specifically. I think that the key thing for us to determine today is relating to whether or not to add more connections to the Mangawhai sewage scheme, and I think Councillor Wethy's, adequately, and Councillor Curnow before me, the basis for why we think that's a good thing, and I guess it explains why the available to connect fee is pitched as, shall we say politely, an inducement to encourage people to connect, because if they're paying 3/4 of the costs, then perhaps it'll help to push them over the line to actually making that connection. However, there's a second bunch of issues here as well, which is the impact that that has financially on an individual ratepayer. And I think that separate from the connect or not connect issue is these implications. And I don't think now is the appropriate forum for canvassing those options, which could include a postponement of that cost until such time, say, as the property changes hands, or the 5 years, or a certain number, whichever comes first. And it would actually allow some time for the current occupiers to make arrangements, or alternatively, yes. So I just think that that's a way to address this situation, but it's not obviously an overnight solution solving that problem. And of course, if we were looking at that, we would need to consider the precedent implications and how many properties would be affected by it, because in terms of the, if you like, biological implications, the payment of that fee doesn't actually create a biological benefit. Like it doesn't mean that 3/4 of the mains sewerage is going to be processed by the public scheme. So there are no unit costs involved in the fact that the connection is available. So maybe there is some way we need to recognise that at the same time as having the available to connect charge still remaining as an incentive to encourage people to connect. So that's my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larson, then Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I have considerable sympathy for the situation that the likes of Mr. Mayne face with this from a principal perspective of being required to pay for a service that you are not using and have no intention of ever using. And I don't personally believe that paying the capable to connect rate is a valid method of inducement when you are faced with $27,000, I think was the figure that was quoted there for the development contribution connection, plus on-site works, which may take that to twice as much. So I don't think that that really leads a person to connect when you have all those additional costs. And I also take on board and understand all of the reasons that have already been cited about having the fee, and we're not here to debate whether we are or are not having the capable to connect fee, because it's in our rating policy. I do, though, want to try and find a solution for situations where people are on fixed incomes, as has been described to us in this particular instance today, and are already receiving a rates rebate for hardship, and then end up in a situation where through no fault or doing of their own, they end up captured by the capable of connect fee because someone wants to extend a pipe in the vicinity of their property. And I would just like to flag that maybe we could look at, through our annual plan round next year, whether there's an ability to have an amendment to the long-term plan with our policy, whereby if people are already receiving that rebate due to hardship and they end up in the situation that we see with Mr. Mayne today, whether we could then waive the capable of connection fee in those particular instances, because, you know, as anyone knows, on a limited fixed income, where's the money going to come from? So I just want to flag that as something that we might head towards next year to consider, and certainly submission could be made to council if we consult on our annual plan at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, and Councillor Vincent, your hand is still raised. Thank you.
He aha te mea nui e te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. It is not properties. I feel for Mr. Mayne and his situation, and I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the Mangawhai wastewater scheme. All of us as elected members know that it is at capacity. We have had complaints about the phosphate in the Browns Road effluent dam. There is odour, there is algal blooms, and we have, during the winter months, over tipping of the dam into the freshwater environment. We have a disposal field at Browns Road that is also at capacity. To extend the capacity of the Mangawhai wastewater scheme, Council is at present trying to negotiate with the Mangawhai Golf Club for a disposal field there. That is not a given. That is not a solution.
Understand.
We are having, our Mangawhai wastewater scheme is at capacity. It is a dereliction of duty of elected members to enable more connections to a scheme that they know is stretched. We are funding a balance tank to deal with this surge in winter and the huge influx of summertime residents that pushes us further towards a risk of an environmental event, which is the Wood Street, the collection points where all the mains converge. And we have been told that these are at risk of overtopping and coming up through the people holes and having a sewage spill. So these are current issues. The Mangawhai wastewater scheme is not gravity fed, it relies on grinder pumps. These grinder pumps constantly have to be replaced, they fail. The Mangawhai wastewater scheme and any new enabling houses have inadequate stormwater system that does not filter the heavy metals, the diesel, the pathogens, the plastics, any amount of litter is conveyed into the Mangawhai estuary. So I find it interesting that the members talk so much about the health of the harbour while they are very busy wanting to impose on this gentleman a capable to connect fee when he or she and his wife, or where Mr. Mayne has invested in a fully functioning, twice yearly inspected system that to all intents and purposes sounds as if it is working better than Council's own system. And I know that that is quite a challenging thing to say. I'm also concerned that in this private lot jointly owned access, once if we were to facilitate the extension of the mains line, there would be further intensification with further impermeability of surfaces, causing more runoff into what is obviously a place of close vicinity to the harbour. So my position is to support Mr. Mayne and to support as an unfair situation $790 capable to connect fee that is imposed upon his household. And over 4 years, that's about $4,000. Over 10 years, that's $8,000. That is a substantial amount. And it does not work in our world that we live in, where when something is built well, you don't go around ignoring that infrastructure. That doesn't make sense. All of our resources need to be carefully thought of. If you build a home and you put in a functioning and sophisticated system, then that ought to be respected and not completely overlooked as if it's just an expense and a resource that can be just essentially thrown away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements here from elected members? Councillor Wilson-Collins.
I'll keep it super brief. I think everything that has needed to be said has been said, but I just want to acknowledge Mr. Main, and it is really difficult, and yeah, and it is hard to take the people aspect out of decision making. It really is. So I really do feel for what you're being thrust upon here, and just commend you for going down the process that you have to be heard.
Thank you.
I remember the difficulty that we all had with this capable to connect charge at the last LTP deliberations. So I can see that, yeah, we'll be discussing this a lot further in the future. But today the decision is do we continue with the works for the other properties that want it, or do we not, because of Mr. Main's, I forgot the word.
Request. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, hard, real hard. Yeah, thanks for the challenge, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further statements? No further statements. Right. Thank you. So it comes back to me just to have a closing statement here. The as you can hear, Jeff, there's a range of views around the table. We have people who everyone, if you like, around this table is very aware of the challenge that the capable to connect fee provides to people, but they're also aware of the huge growth pressures in Mangawhai, and that those capable to connect fees are part of that growth paradigm. We can't bury our heads in the sand and say that there is no growth in Mangawhai, and the capable to connect fee is linked with the growth. There are other parts of the district, of Kaipara district, where there is no real growth in population, where capable to connect fees wouldn't apply, but they do here. And this is extremely challenging and difficult for Kaipara District Council because, you know, we see before us a person who is a real person, and it has taken time and energy and perseverance to engage with a process here for all of us. And we are better for being engaged in this process. So thank you for bringing that forward to us. It is, however, very, very challenging for all of us because, as I say, there is a set of policies that are in play right now, and the simple decision before the elected members is either to proceed with the works program or not to proceed. Yeah, and so at this point, that is the decision that I'm about to put onto the table for our elected members to decide in this council meeting right now. So elected members are putting this to the vote at this point based on the recommendation which is on the screen. So we are calling this by division, please. Mr. Maris.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Just let me pivot towards the hard school paper, but I'll do the division now. Councillor Curnow. Councillor
Sorry,
Curnow.
unmuted, it would be 4.
Thank you. Councillor Delaveras Woodcock.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Parkey.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Withy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
Your Worship, that's carried 8-1.
Thank you, Mr. Maris. So thank you, Jeff, again, and Sally, for your bringing this matter forward to us. The council has made its decision here and made a determination, which is that the works will proceed. But thank you again for your engagement here, and wishing you a safe and happy holiday season ahead, and enjoying magical Mangawhai, which is going to be a very, very busy place as of today. So we're seeing over your shoulder a very calm set of palm trees, but if you're in Mangawhai right now, they may be starting to shake anytime soon as all the vehicles start trundling in. So thank you again for your engagement with us today. We have appreciated this, and we'll be moving on at this point, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, both yourself and the councillors.
Okay, thank you. Go well. Thank you. Moving on, elected members, to the next item, which is item number 5.2, the annual plan item, and I would like to move this item, and Councillor Curnow will second this. Thank you. To put this onto the table. So, and at this point, Graham Coleman is here to present this item for us. Now, this item was covered at the December briefing a couple of weeks ago, where the elected members provided a sense of direction, not the decision, but a sense of direction about how this annual plan decision would be brought forward to this council, and so that is exactly where we are at now. So Graham is picking up on the work that we've already covered here with that direction. So thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just give you a quick introduction, just and take you through the report briefly. So as you say, the report is very similar to what was presented at the briefing. So in putting together these draft annual plan numbers, we've taken year 2 of the long-term plan as the base, and then we've just layered on the additional changes which are shown in attachments A and B. At the briefing, we gave you 3 priorities. We'd prioritise the works into 3 lots. In this report, we've actually split the P1s into 2 parts. What we've done is we've taken out those items that are sort of government legislated or the must-dos, and then put the rest of the P1s as P1s. So the must-dos are the things like our decision to defer the waste minimisation changes out another year, the contract renewals that we've got going on at the moment for the maintenance and operations. They're a must, they're going to come in, we know they're coming, so they're a must-do. So that now gives you 4 options, and are set out in the report. And in this report, I've also given you the impact of the rate changes on the rates overall and the water by meter charges, and they're stepped through on page 4. So option 1 starts out, well, sorry, stepping back a point. Our starting point is the long-term plan proposed that we increase the rates for FY23 by 7.13% and 4.96% for the water meter charges, but that included the waste minimisation changes. So option 1, which is the must-dos, decreases the long-term, what the long-term plan says, by mainly deferring the waste minimisation changes, but essentially it's still an increase in water charges, but a decrease in the overall rates. And then it takes you through to option 4, which basically takes an increase of 8.76, which is 1.64% over what the long-term plan said. And the waste water charges, would go up by 14.5%. So the guidance in this report is, or based on the guidance from the briefing, we're saying we're recommending option 4, which is to include everything. It's running now over to the council to determine which option they prefer, but we're happy to take any questions. And like the briefing, we're happy to go through line by line if that's the preferred option. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. So that's clear regarding the line by line piece. Having already covered this information just a couple of weeks ago, there ought not to be the need to go through line by line at this point. I would consider that to be a waste of the council's time, considering that the information hasn't changed. But elected members, questions for clarification at this point? Councillor Weddy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, certainly at the briefing, Graham, you presented things, but you may remember that I certainly expressed concern about the level of increase being proposed, because at that stage you hadn't quantified what the likely impact of the 3 service contracts that were still to be negotiated early in 2022. I think Sue had indicated that they could potentially add 3% to rates. Now you've factored those in, so they've actually changed the figures that were actually provided at the briefing, quite significantly. So the questions that I have, I've got 3, I guess. In the current proposal that you're putting forward for council to adopt, first of all, obviously the deferment of the recycling proposal, that basically frees up $1.34 million of targeted rates revenue, and that was consulted on, and we got a pretty good buy-in by the community, I think, for recycling, which was not something we were very strong with. So having created a saving of 1.34, most ratepayers would probably think that would affect the rates downwards, but instead of that, we've actually filled that hole with extra costs. Now, some of those may have been imposed by government. I'm not disputing that. That's not the point. But for the average ratepayer, those cost savings have been eroded away by other project costs. And what you're suggesting is a rise to 8.76%, which from the LTP consulted rate increase for that year of 7.13%, that's indicates a 22.9% increase of rates. 22.9. That's the difference between 7.13 and 8.76. So what I'm wondering is, where would you think that is not material? We have in our council financials, materiality is on the traffic light system, where you only have to be a few percentage points either way and the lights change. 23, almost 23% is pretty significant, and yet you're suggesting that it's not material. I'd just like you to comment on that, please.
Well, some of these changes, are you talking about the consultation, whether consultation is required or not? Because I don't know that I mentioned materiality in my report.
I'm talking about the materiality of it. How material, in your view, is a 23% increase in rates over what was proposed and accepted in the long-term plan?
Sorry, so Councillor Weddy, can you please give that definition of what you're meaning regarding that materiality? Is this regarding the need for the consultation?
Well, I'll carry on, and you can answer the second question with the first question, Graham. One of the things that this council made a statement right at the beginning of the term was that we wanted, as a vision, to improve the level of trust between our community and council. One of the ways of doing that, we've asked about transparency. And by being transparent, and we've tried to do that, I think we've done a very good job, by and large, of being transparent and allowing people to understand the reasons why council are doing things. So if we then do 2 things here, we remove the recycling cost of that project out of this coming year's annual plan, so the 1.34 million saving. We then slip in a whole lot of extra cost, which do more than absorb that 1.34 saving. It actually it costs more. We're now suggesting we only need to advise the ratepayers rather than do a full consultation. And I'm just wondering, how does that fit in with the level you're suggesting in terms of rate rises with the transparency that we're using to build the trust with our community? You can see where I'm going.
Yes, I can see that, Councillor Worthy. Thank you. So we'll get Mr. Maris to help answer this, and possibly Chief Executive as well.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I think I'm getting the gist of the question. Now, the materiality is kind of the wrong word. I think we're talking about the significance and engagement policy here, and I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Worthy, in that you're saying we consulted on this during the LTP, and now we're changing the approach. The significance and engagement of an item is quite involved. Actually. Now, we are suggesting these changes are not significant, and we're looking at changes individually here as well. And so that's our recommendation to you today. We totally appreciate that by changing the direction or delaying the waste minimisation program or project for a year, that's different to what the community is expecting, and of course that's what we said in the attachments, as far as we will engage with the community and let them know. It's not formal consultation here, because we also got to think about what question we would actually ask the community as well in this space. So we are of the view that that we need to delay it, and we've been through that with the council as well, and therefore it would be a difficult question to ask the community. So under our significance and engagement policy, which is, I think you're terming it materiality, we believe we don't need to consult, and you can make that decision if you wish. However, if the council does want to consult, we would have to then seek direction about the questions and what you want to consult on.
Okay, thank you. Well, obviously, you know, everyone's got their own view on that. Well, I'll just finish with the other last question was the current rating level that we've got. Obviously, we've had some, you know, quite significant increases over there. Perhaps a question for Sue. We're a bit shielded from what staff are. They're the interface with our ratepayers. What are we getting in terms of complaints or concerns to staff from ratepayers about the level of rates we're currently imposing on the community throughout the district, Sue?
So, yeah, so we have heard from ratepayers, and they are concerned about particularly the water rates. That's the issue for them. I'll just comment on significance as well. I mean, what Graham's presented is what you gave him guidance to present at the last meeting. So that you wanted everything included. So we are happy to take costs out. Yeah, so this, oh, sorry, yeah, we're happy to take costs out if council wants that. I think for significance, the other thing you need to be aware of is that with the waste coming out, the intention is that there'll be a new proposal going forward that will mean an LTP amendment in the following year that then will go out to consultation because of information regarding potential, you know, our waste strategy going forward, and also other costs that have been brought up. So that will go, so the following year will go out to consultation.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Curnow, then Councillor Larson. Thank you.
Yeah, I just following on from the last item we had, just thinking about the process around reviewing the Capable of Connect funding, because obviously if we're not consulting, is that even possible for us to look at this coming year, or is that we must consult on that?
No.
Sorry, I'm not sure who the question was directed at.
I'm not sure. Just anyone who can answer it.
Hang on, sorry.
Sorry, is this for me?
Mr. Maris, your line just broke up there. So sorry. Can we just go back to you to answer this consultation question, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Worship. Hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear. I am going to have to ask Councillor Curnow to ask the question again because my connection failed.
Okay, yeah, so it's just about the matter that preceded this one, where we sort of acknowledge that there may be some tweaking that we need to do to the Capable of Connect charging. Yeah, in particular for those who are already in hardship, and it's a new arrangement, not by their choice. And so I'm just wondering, is there a possibility for us to do that if we don't consult? Or is that really we would have to consult on that?
So look,
Yeah, it means
I will.
it means change.
Yes.
Yeah, it means changing the revenue and financing policy would mean we'd have to consult. So that is not planned for this year.
Okay, but we could look at.
But what I would say to you, Councillor Curnow, is that if the council decides that that's what they want to do, we could consult outside of an annual plan process.
Okay.
On the policy itself.
All right. Okay, so we could unhook that and go ahead with that anyway if we chose to. Okay. Thank you. I mean, I've been through the briefing on all of this, so I've had many of my questions answered already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Graham. Just a quick question around the deferral of the recycling activity, and I see that under the proposal before us, the 2022-23 rate increase takes us from 7.13% in the long-term plan up to 8.76%. And then in the following year, 2023-24, the long-term plan rates increase was at 3.92, but the proposal adds in the 1.34 million for the recycling into that year. What is the actual final proposed rates increase for 23-24 with that 1.34 million added in, please?
That would be 6.97 over and above the 8.76, which is what option 4 is.
Okay, so we'd have 8.76 next year, followed by 6.97 the following year. Is that right?
Correct, because a number of these inclusions have flow-on impacts. So if you do it this year, they then flow on into the following year. Waste minimisation is one of those, but a number of them have flow-on effects. Yeah.
Oh, so it's not just the waste minimisation, other things will also push that up. Yeah.
Correct. For example, the renewal of the maintenance contracts. If we add 800,000 this year, that's another 800,000 that gets added on the following year.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? Councillor Wills.
Yeah, I was trying to find the click button. So just to confirm that, so if we approve this increase, we're baking in that increase for the next foreseeable years. That's correct, Graham?
That is correct, yes.
So it's not just a one-off increase, we're actually baking this increased rates in for our Kaipara ratepayers for the next few years.
Yes, in this attachment A, I've got whether it's ongoing or a one-off as the last column. So if it's ongoing, it means that there's a flow-on effect with these changes. If it's a one-off, it's only going to impact this 1 year. But a number of these things would be ongoing. For example, having to do the waste, the water sampling is an ongoing impact.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I've got no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So no more questions from elected members. Right. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, team. This item, we are at a really interesting place. At the briefing last couple of weeks ago, of course, we noted the shift of the waste minimisation program out to the next year of the long-term plan by delaying it 1 year, and that has created a significant shift here in that rate program. Also, the briefing that was on the 1st of December was a comprehensive briefing on this subject in very, very minute detail. So the difference between option 3 and option 4 came down to 3 small projects, and exactly where, because we've already said that we're going to do them, but exactly where on the calendar they fitted. It's a very, very detailed work. So I'm sorry that not all elected members were present for that, because it was very detailed discussion indeed. I'd like to thank the officers for putting this together in a very clear way. I really am very mindful of the fact that these are look like large rates increases. I'm very mindful of the fact that there are significant new impositions coming from choices made by central government, not by this council, about the world in which we live, but that councils have to gather that revenue. And so I'm very keen for our communications with our community to be outlining that to all of our community, that there are so many aspects of these increases that are ahead that are absolutely beyond the control of the council. If we say we do nothing at all, absolutely nothing at all, there will still be significant rates increases for the people of Kaipara. And that's now the world that we are all in. The notion of consultation or not is really clear to me, because consultation is about saying, people of Kaipara, do you want red or do you want yellow? Not just, do you like what we're now proposing? So the difference between consultation and engagement is a very clear definition, for, of course, for everyone to have in mind. And I'm looking forward to substantial engagement with the community here, even if there is no formal consultation in this current period, because the significance and engagement policy is not breached. So the engagement is different from consultation. I just remind everybody of that. So gosh, it's an imperfect world in which we live, and I hate seeing cost increases, and we're faced with it all day and every day now. It's now almost guaranteed to be a headline news item for all of New Zealand. Councils are not immune to that, and so I commend again, in closing, the staff for having brought this forward to us and for having been clear and transparent with us and with our community. The item prior to this regarding the council briefing on the 1st of December, of course, includes significant detail, and the recording of that briefing is also available on the interweb for anyone to watch. So that's part of the frame in which we make our decision today. So I'm happy to support option 4. I think is the best way forward in an imperfect world at this point. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Yes, I would echo your sentiments, Mayor, but I would also point out that a big chunk of these costs, an extra 800,000 per annum, are to do not just with central government, but to do with global supply issues, the general increasing in costs that projects all over the world are facing, that were not predicted even a year ago when we put together the long-term plan, or just over a year ago when we were talking about the long-term plan. So I think we do live in unprecedented times, and there's also employment market issues that are driving up costs as well. So it is harder for councils to operate without increasing the rates the way we're needing to. I would say that I would thank Graham for the work in presenting the material the way he has. At the briefing, just for those that weren't there, we went through and we looked at the priority 3 items to see, can we chop something out of this? Can we get rid of them? And those priority 3 items are not large in terms of their cost, but are significant in the more general terms in terms of their impact on the community. For example, the Kaipara Destination Management Plan has been talked about for years and years and years, and is needed in order to try and activate the Northland Destination Management Plan in the Kaipara context. So I would sort of, encourage my colleagues to look at those level 3s and see that they are actually important and useful things, and they don't actually contribute a huge amount. What really does is that increase in contract cost. That is where the big effort is in terms of this rates increase. So yeah, I don't like it, but it is what it is, and I don't see how we do anything else right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy, then Councillor Larson, then Councillor De La Varas Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the case we talk a lot about what was presented at the briefing, and I'll just remind you, looking at the paper that we'd studied then, with the figures that Graham presented, I do take my hat off. I think this is one of the best preparations for looking at the annual plan in terms of the financials that we've received. I think staff have done a really good job. It's a matter of how we interpret that and how, from a political point of view, we want to take it forward. In that briefing, we were said if we include all of the priorities, then the additional increase in rates from the 7.13 that we had in the LTP, it would go up by 0.28%. And it was only at the end of the briefing, and this is the bit that really concerned me, as you will remember, those of you who were there, when Sue mentioned about these outstanding contracts that were out to be negotiated early in the new year, and the significance on top of what we were looking at in terms of Graham's figures, they could have in terms of a rate increase. Now we see they've been factored in here, and they've still been factored in here in an unfinished negotiation. Those negotiations haven't been completed, so there's a little bit of doubt about whether the amount of provision is sufficient, but it's already taken that 0.28 up to 1.63. So we're actually moving further ahead, and it's not even saying that we're going to have everything taken into account. Also, in that figure that's now being asked to be adopted at this meeting, we've already put in $1.34 million worth of cost increases, because that's basically filling the hole, as I mentioned before, that the waste recycling project had created. So you've got to question yourself, is this the time to keep on pushing rate increases? We've got a Northern region and a Kaipara district in particular that hasn't moved out of orange. I know from this area around here, there are lots of businesses that are hurting, and they are not now going to be able to capitalise on the summer season in an orange traffic light criteria than they were hoping to do. They're going to be stuck in red. That means they're not going to have the same benefit to counter the losses and difficulties they've had during the year. I've already had people contact me on emails in the last few days about it, since the traffic light system was set at red throughout the next few weeks. On top of that, we've got businesses who lay people off. We've got a very high, by comparison to the rest of New Zealand, unvaccinated society throughout the Kaipara. Many of the businesses are struggling because they haven't got all of their staff vaccinated. By government decree, in the vulnerable businesses, they have to lay those people off. On top of that, to add insult, the government says local business owners, if you lay someone off because they're not vaccinated, you have to pay them 4 weeks' pay. Now, that immediately puts at risk that business and the potential that the people who were vaccinated might lose their jobs if the business fails. That's all going to happen later in next year. So what I'm really concerned about is to stimulating our suggested rates increase in an environment which we haven't really seen the full economic fallout yet. And so I'm really concerned about moving forward. I could quite, I think, happily stick with the 7.13, which in itself is not a small rate increase, but anything above that, I'm afraid I have difficulty in supporting, and I think I made that fairly clear, that the direction I was going at the briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larson. Then Councillor De La Barris Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I think there's two issues at the heart of this, and one's obviously the proposed increases in the rates, and then the second one is the desire to consult or not consult. And you know, I've heard through the discussion, you know, the reasons for the proposed increases, you know, being things such as central government legislation and supply chain issues. Well, these are matters that are also facing the ratepayers that are being faced with the potential increases in rates. So they sort of get a double whammy out of this. I just really feel in the current climate of mandated legislation that we need to take the opportunity to not be like that. People really are not enjoying having legislation forced through without being consulted at a central government level. And I think wherever possible, we should try to consult rather than just force change. And when I look at the figures that have been put before us today in 22-23 year, the proposal is to go from 7.13% from the LTP up to 8.76. But then because of deferral and carry on cost from some of those projects, the following year, we're actually going to be going from 3.92 in the long-term plan up to 6.97, and that really strikes me as a significant change. And because of the flow-on effects of the changes to this year, I'm not comfortable with not consulting for that for those flow-on changes in either of those years. As Councillor Wethy has alluded to, you know, people are really hurting out there, and we have a lot of uncertainty around revenue and income for a lot of ratepayers. So I think we need to start living within our means, and I know that costs have risen, but I think that we need to actually start looking at deferring some of the nice to have projects that we've got on our list, and it's really time to stop using the ratepayers as an ATM machine, because I just don't think people can afford it, and I think it will go down very badly with them, especially if they're not consulted about it. So on that basis, I think that we should be sticking to our LTP figures, cutting some projects that are nice to have, and if we are going to be going out with increased figures, they certainly we would need to go out and consult. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor De La Barris Woodcock.
I also believe we need to consult with such a program of rating increases. I cannot remember a year that I've been an elected member without rates increases over and above, to one degree or another, the LTP commitment with our community. At the briefing where this matter of rates increase was discussed, I deferred, I declined to comment and reserved my judgment. I now will give my judgment that I do not support these rate increases. I do not believe that our council is taking the right attitude, where we focus on delivering the services that make people happy and that hold and sustain our lives. I have seen a number of staff employed for comms and PR work which I do not see is important as much as services and things like recycling, waste minimisation initiatives, which all of our community want and that have a great impact on our environment and therefore our well-being. So my speech is a protest about for example, I spoke to and questioned the need for spending $500,000 on that we have here in our list of future costings on the district plan, when our government is currently throwing out the RMA, and that all of our work may have to be double-handled, so to speak, which is inefficient. And we could defer the work on the district plan and save our ratepayers' dollars. We are working in an environment where many of the staff are working from home. There is a cost savings, there has to be, in electricity, in people are working from home without using the travel. And I question the fact that we should be renewing a council fleet of cars when all of the people in Kaipara I know have old bombs that they have to get to work in. And all I see is this culture that our ratepayers are endlessly able to withstand the shocks of water charges going up exponentially. And we are seeing growth. But do we see benefit? Are the developers actually paying, or are we all subsidizing that through having to have increase in staff for so many reasons that the existing residents and ratepayers do not see the benefit? So I am going to protest from now on if I see, to me, expense that is it doesn't have a rational basis in it's not good decision making. For example, we have a building that's about to be demolished and money was spent to recarpet it. So while there's behaviour and decisions like that, I cannot support it. Being privy to all of those, the knowledge that we were just going to ask our ratepayers to put their hands in their pockets and stretch, and then all of the sacrifices that people have to make to pay their rates. And they do so willingly because they want good services. But we must learn to live within our means and to keep to our agreements and our contract that exists with the LTP. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wills, statement.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mine will be really quick. I have made it really clear throughout this time that I oppose any rates increase, especially when we've just gone through the LTP and spent months of our lives working through that process. And I've always asked that the staff come back with savings to mitigate any increase in another area. I can't represent the community that elected me on the basis that we just endlessly keep increasing the rates. So I'm not in support of this motion. And it's not a minor detail between number 3 and number 4 as the options. I believe that's a red herring. That's of such a minor detail. I'm actually opposed to the increase at this level. And if I'm overturned, then I'm going to seek that we go out for consultation. And I know what the community is going to say because I get enough feedback from the people in Dargaville on how they feel about the rates that we currently charge. And if that means that we have to lose a little bit on percentage on our service levels, which have been achieved successfully with the current staffing, then that's something that I think we'll have to concede. And Councillor Wetherby made the valid point that there's businesses out there that I'm not aware of that have had a major impact on from the COVID. And I've actually met people that have had to sell their second vehicle and other luxuries to continue in business. It's not a time for us to increase our rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Wilson-Collins.
I don't actually have a statement, but I'd like to propose a change to the motion.
It's called an amendment, Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of people wanting to say that we want to go out to consultation, but the motion as it stands is that we don't go out to consultation. So I just wonder if we need, if I could make an amendment to that at least.
Mr. Maris, could you please guide Councillor Wilson-Collins here?
Kia ora, through you, Your Worship, Councillor Wilson-Collins. So can you just clarify exactly what you're trying to do here?
If only I knew. I would like to propose an amendment to the motion. In number B, where it says that we agree to not go out, that doesn't require consultation.
So can I just say, we can't do direct negatives. So the amendment can't be a direct negative to what's on there. So your option is to vote against it here.
Can I ask a process question?
Sure can.
Yeah. So if we vote against this motion,
yep,
and it doesn't carry and we've got no amendment motion, what happens after that? And
it's a very good question, Councillor Wilson-Collins. So basically, if you vote against this, we don't have a resolution that's been agreed, and we would need some direction. So if there's no resolution reached, the chairperson may accept a new motion at that point, and we start again. Understanding orders.
Start again today.
Well, so what we're saying is we need direction from the council. This is the direction we're seeking, and a decision. If you decide not to make this decision, the chairperson may accept a new motion so that you can give the staff direction on what to do.
Cool, I'll leave it to stand then and see what happens. Thanks.
Kia ora.
Thank you. So are there further statements at this point? Okay, so it's back to me. So here's a simple thing. Yes, hearing these commentaries, I just go back to the simple point. I'd like to remind elected members that consultation is not just going back to the community and saying this is what we want to do. It's actually saying, do you want the blue rubbish bin or do you want the yellow bridge? Yeah. Do you want there to be gardens? Do you want there to be no gardens? You know, it is a if you like, consultation is a substantial, very substantial piece of engagement with the community, seeking feedback. We're all absolutely aware that this is a period of rampant cost rises across absolutely every sector of the New Zealand economy, and councils are not immune to that. By the same token, the community is expecting more and more of us. As we all know, with the customer engagement information that comes through, at least 15% of the requests of councils are for work that councils don't even do. That's how much is now being demanded of councils by our local community. I really don't like the large numbers that are on this page and that are in this motion. I absolutely hear everything that's being said here about the ability of our community to respond and to absorb the changes that are coming to the cost structures of the council around us. The challenge that I have as well is that we had a very comprehensive discussion on this on the 1st of December, and frankly, by the end of that meeting, there was barely a quorum of elected members present. So not everyone was present, and so I'm concerned by that from the perspective of some of the perspectives that may be coming through here. The challenge that we have is that, like I say, the world that we're in is an imperfect world, and so our work as a lead agency in our local community is very, very much under scrutiny and really under pressure, as is all of our community. So, so at this point, I'm going to call for the vote on this, and we're going to call this by division. Thank you. Mr. Marris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Calling for the vote now. Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor De Livaros Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Parkey.
Against.
Councillor Larson.
Against.
Councillor Vincent.
Against.
Councillor Wethy.
Against.
Councillor Wills.
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
So that's failed, Your Worship, 6-3.
So, Mr. Marris, thank you for that. So back to the process-related matters that were raised by Councillor Wilson Collins. Can you please describe what happens now?
Sure. Understanding orders, Your Worship, if I can, and it's 22.5 in case anybody's interested. If no resolution is reached, then the chairperson may accept a new motion to progress the matter under discussion. So there is the opportunity here to do a new motion and move that through at this point. May I suggest, though, it might be a wise idea to just adjourn.
Yes, so we're going to be adjourning now for lunch. I was going to say we will be adjourning for lunch in any case, and we will resume the meeting at 12:45 p.m. and we'll pick up from exactly where we are right now. Thank you. All right, so 12:45 p.m. the meeting will reconvene. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to put in my apologies at 2 o'clock. I need to jump onto a family hui for my uncle who's in hospital. A family rep.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you, though. So at this point, we reopen the meeting. Thank you, at exactly the point that we were at, which is regarding this annual plan item and proposed increases or not. Now, during the lunch break, the Sue Davidson has sent to all elected members an email explaining for those, especially because most weren't at the briefing, so may not actually understand what the numbers are for or what they represent, but Sue has summarized this down to very few words for you about what it means or doesn't mean if we were to look at options 1 or 2. What I intend to do is that at this council meeting today, that we proceed with getting a decision in this space because frankly, the business of the council has to keep rolling. And so it is absolutely imperative that we do so. So I hope you are all noting the email from Sue. And what I'd like to do at this point is to propose that if everyone is reading this documentation, that we go with option 2 of what is written here and option 2 of the papers, which is a 7.57% increase instead of a 7.13% increase, and that this does not require consultation.
Mr. Mayor, so can I ask a question?
Yes.
The increase is after taking out the waste minimisation project, isn't it?
Sorry, yes, and Councillor will.
Not a direct comparison with what our long-term plan was.
Sorry, yes, and Councillor Wills, if you had been at the briefing the other day.
I have read all the documentation, and you actually asked a councillor not to talk down this path this morning in the public excluded part when in our councillor only time. I've read all the documentation. The point of not participating is because it's been, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to speak to this now, but please don't bring that up again.
Sorry.
You elected another councillor for exactly those statements.
Sorry, the simple thing is that we need not to be wasting our time and the time of the council and the staff and all the rest of us, all right, by going over ground that we've already gone over. That's the important thing. So to your question, yes, the waste minimisation cannot be delivered in year 2 of the LTP. In any case, it can't be delivered, but it can still be delivered, and it's going to be being delivered differently and better, which was also covered at the briefing. So all of these matters are linked, and the officer's advice to us is that consultation is not required, notwithstanding that delay in the waste minimisation program work. But it certainly can't be brought forward, and that's the important thing, to be brought forward in a work program, too different from what it's projected right now to be physically taking place. So back to the documentation, please, and trying to put something onto the table here. So I propose option 2, and with no consultation, that is put onto the table here for this discussion. And at this point, I'm seeking a seconder for this. And I can't see any hands. Councillor Curnow, thank you. And I'm going to go to Sue Davidson, please, to explain in simple terms these numbers for us. And then we're going to hear from Mr. Maris regarding consultation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, firstly, the option 2 means you're including the government legislation and committed costs, which are our contract increases, of which we haven't quite determined yet, and that's for solid waste, for waters, and for parks, where we put a provision in, and also the government legislated costs which relate to Taumata Arawai, the new regulatory authority for water. Also, what we have put in is the option 2 items, and these are in the larger list. Primarily, I'll just run through: district plan review, 457,000, elected members remuneration, scanning, and that's 51,000, scanning records projects, 100,000. There's iwi relations, 10,000. There's salary and wages. Oh no, the salaries and wages, that's 470,000. There's income, regulatory income that's increasing. That's income, which is 500,000 income offsetting. There's number 1, coastal structures condition assessment, 50,000. Norfolk Pines annual maintenance, 1,000. And the last one, we're taking out the waste minimisation strategy, and putting in for communications 10,000 on the waste minimisation strategy. Also, the health and safety, looking at looking at the fencing program of our oxidation ponds and stormwater ponds. And I think that's all. Yes.
Thank you. So are there questions of Sue regarding the numbers or those projects? Councillor De Lavaris, is about the numbers or the projects?
Slightly on a different tangent, but
so what tangents, either about the numbers or the projects, please, because we're going to come back to the consultation and the broader.
Okay, so we would save 1.2% of the rates rise by the saving of not filling vacant roles, 486,000. Is that correct? Managing with what we've got.
That's correct. That's what it comes out
Yes,
to.
that's
We
correct.
have put in some income to offset some of that, because we're proposing that we would have additional income. So that, because we've got some building consent people in the salaries and wages, as we explained. So the income coming in is extra income from resource consents and building consents, and there'll be a couple of people in those costs that relate to that income.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Councillor Curnow, then Councillor Wethy. This is about numbers and projects. Thank you.
Yeah, just for clarity, sorry, I've got lawnmowing problems again. Just for clarity, Sue, could you go over with option 2? So we're only doing the GLs and the ones. what is the impact of losing those project twos, the level 2 projects? What are some of those projects and what would be the impacts on those?
Okay. Level 2 projects, a lot of them are asset management. So there's things like additional CCT investigations. There's looking at plant investigations for Dargaville and for Mangataroto. Got good asset management plans. We want to get our house in order before Three Waters takes over our waters and be able to say this is what they should be doing, improving the schemes. There are what else is there? Your condition assessment for stormwater, that's much the same. Kaihu Valley Trail post implementation, there's 50,000 put there for, I think that's marketing of the trail. There's the also there was money put in for 50,000, was it for a to do with the destination marketing? Yeah, I think that's all I've got as the projects.
The other one too is the pool maintenance contract for Dargaville.
Oh, pool maintenance as well, yeah.
Yeah, 70,000. Yeah.
And capital expenditure?
None of the capital expenditure. Oh, yeah, there is a few. They don't have any rate impacts, so.
I thought the library books did. Isn't that
no, that's a reserve funded one, depreciation reserve.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Graham.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a quick question. You've got a provision in there for increasing your revenue from consenting, etc., by about $500,000 in terms of fees, and you're taking out the waste recycling project of 1.34, so that gives you about 1.89, which you're filling up. So what would be the implication? Could you go through the lists of things after you've done government legislated costs, plus provision for the negotiations for our service contracts when they're completed, plus whatever else is left, use up that 1.89 million and end up still staying with 7.16, which is what we consulted on. So that becomes a moot issue, and we're going out with the same level that had been agreed with the community, albeit that we've actually carried forward the waste recycling plant, which will have an impact in years 2 and 3.
So through the chair, and I'll get Graham to confirm, I think that's what the option 1 is, the 4.26, because I think we would have taken out the waste minimisation in option 1 and put in what we think for contracts. So that takes us down from 7.13, which was what it was in the annual plan, to 4.26. Is that correct, Graham?
Yeah, that's correct. I think what Councillor Wethy is saying though is if we just went with the GLs, included those, and then took our increase to 7.13 and just worked it in the best we can. Is that what you're saying, Councillor Wethy?
Exactly right. So I'm basically saying that you're taking on board costs that are imposed by central government under legislation, costs that we know we're going to have to pay to the 3 parties that we're negotiating with early in the new year, plus anything else, and we're sticking with the original 7.13, and we've basically spent another 1.89 or 1.84% of 1.84 million over and above what the long-term plan first or second year was actually consulted on. So we've still put a lot of extra money through project work, but we're sticking within the percentage increase in rates that we went and consulted on for the long-term plan.
Sorry, interesting statement there. Thank you. I've got a question. So the difference between option number 1, the priority GL only, and option number 2, which is what we're talking about, is the district plan work going faster, yes?
Yes, it is. It's the district plan.
So
yeah,
you just
shorter time frame.
Could you just talk to, if we were to go with option 1, right, that or reducing back and taking out the district plan review work at speed, what that would mean for you know, if that's what the council wants.
Through you, Worship, I can take that one. Thanks, Sue. Look, so if you went with option 1 and we didn't allow us to bring the money forward to continue the district plan work, it would essentially delay the district plan by up to 1 year. It would also have to review the program to do that. We can do that, but on the face of it, it would be delaying the program for up to 1 year. Which then starts tying it into the legislative change, which was the whole reason we brought it forward in the first place. It would also probably have to change or delay the climate change program. That's it at a high level.
That's a back of an envelope analysis by you at this point. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Larson and then Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Questions for clarification?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Sue and Graham. Just a quick question regarding this amended, the new motion, which in 22-23 takes us from 7.13 to 7.57. Could you please clarify for me what the change would be in the 23-24 year from the LTP figure of 3.92? What would that go to under this scenario?
So that's on page 4 of my report. It would go from the 3.92 to 7.85.
7.85.
Which is a 3.9% increase.
3.9%, yep.
So through the chair, I'll just to confirm, although the paper says that, when we actually come to the next year, there could be further costs we have, or the council's looking at further initiatives, so it could change again.
Yes. So it's actually a bigger increase than the original motion, which was going from 3.92 to 6.97. This would take us to 7.85, all other things being equal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's purely because it's taking the revised number to the new revised number, which is why you're getting a difference in the percentage increase.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, question for clarification.
Yes, thanks. My question's for Mr. Maris. Mr. Maris, with the district plan, if we leave it as it is, how many years do you think it would take from this date forward to have a plan in place once the Environment Court process, if there are any appeals, is passed through?
Through you, Worship. Look, you're asking me how long is a piece of string, to be honest. You know, we're trying to get the notification done so that there's clarity for our community, and the appeals process will be the appeals process. All I can say for you now, with any certainty, is that there's going to be a delay of up to a year if you go with option 1.
Yes, but isn't it true that it takes about 4 to 5 years to get a district plan through?
It can do, absolutely, through your worship. The whole intent, if you recall, when we discussed this in the district plan, accelerating that program, was to give the community some certainty, knowing that there's going to be a transition period with the new legislation. Now, the government has delayed the legislation slightly, but it will be in place for the next central government elections. Then there'll be a transition period. We don't know how long that will be, and we don't know anything more about that for now, but we're assuming that there will be a number of years in place where a transition rearrangement will be there, and this means that the community have a district plan that's fit for purpose if we do, if we accelerate it and continue.
Would it be true to say, though, that direction from the government is coming through thick and fast, is the word I've heard a planner use, already indicating with surety the direction of of the RMA reform?
They're working on it. They delayed the legislation dates as well until, like I said, until the central government elections now, just before then. So they absolutely are working on it. It is gaining momentum, but at the same time, it's slightly delayed as well. All I can say here is that councils around New Zealand have been told to continue on in the current state with their work, and that still holds.
That's true, but isn't it true that our peer councils Far North has decided to delay while this new legislative framework is being developed that may render so much of the work done irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the Far North are at. They definitely delayed the SNA part of it. My understanding they might be continuing, but you could have more information than that on me. I know that at Whangarei District Council, they do a different proposal. They do a rolling review, so they only review parts at one time. So they're
Yes.
less impacted.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So, are there further questions for clarification at this point? Councillor Vincent and Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It actually might have been following on from Councillor Larson in terms of trying to establish what the total impact of this is over we got to the point where the waste management plan had been implemented, which might be, is it being delayed just 1 year? Then would it not be appropriate to consider the impact, including the execution of that part of the plan? So that, because as Councillor Larson established, that there would be an increase in the 23-24 year of about 4% or something, which somewhere in there it's starting to get significant. And I think you responded, Sue, to say that, well, there could well be other things that will get piled on top as well to make it bigger again. So, but would it not be fair, rather than just consider the next financial year in isolation, that we consider the full implications of this change as well? I see you're enthused with that, Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair. So what we're, you've had some briefings from staff on the new proposed dam in Dargaville. We've said to you there could be some consideration of the Mangawhai wastewater plant as well, further costs to go in. We've also raised that the waste may be slightly different. The waste minimisation plan that went out to consultation last year might actually change slightly from what was proposed and what we're looking at. So there could be quite a few changes that come through to next year that you'd have to consider.
So then that's your basis for saying we should just focus on the next financial year with what's in front of us now?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just with regard to the requirement to consult, or in this case to not consult, what are your thoughts on the second year? So this 23-24 year, where we've got a proposal to go from 3.92 up to 7.85 or perhaps more. Does that not trigger any significance in engagement threshold? I know you're saying that the first year doesn't, and I accept that, but what about the second year?
So through you, Worship, Councillor Larson, you're talking about the not this annual plan's financial year, but the next one after that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm talking about not the first year. I mean, we're making a change now, or a change is being proposed that affects the following year.
Yeah.
And so I'm just questioning the significance of that.
So I think Sue's already indicated that in that financial year, and Sue might want to elaborate a wee bit. So not this one coming up that we're talking about, the one after. There's a likelihood that there might be an LTP amendment, and we'll need to consult anyway during that financial year.
Okay, so if we're making from a technical perspective, we are kind of making the change now, though, aren't we? Because we are pushing that work program forward another year and proposing not to consult. So doesn't it sort of leave it hanging in the air somewhat if we aren't consulting now when we're making the change and leaving it until the following year?
So it depends. So consultation, it depends on a lot of issues here, and you can't necessarily look at it as a holistic whole. because you need, when you formally consult with the public, you need to ask them specific questions to get their viewpoints on. And so what we're saying here is that the work program, there's literally no questions that you can ask here, as a matter of fact. So it's very, very difficult to consult with the public on that. And I think just to echo what the Mayor said in the last item, it is about engaging our community, and that's a different story compared to formal consultation. Formal consultation, we need to have specific questions, and we need to test the community on the options. There's not a lot here that we would have options on.
Just in relation to that, in terms of our obligations under the Local Government Act to consult, and you know we've been it's been indicated to us that we're not required to consult here. Does that, nevertheless, we can still choose to consult outside of a requirement to do so? Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. So you've set the significance and engagement policy, and that drives the decisions around consultation, and it drives our recommendation to you as a council on that we've put for you. However, as a council, you can decide to consult if you want. If you do, we would be seeking quite strong guidance from you about what you want to consult on.
Yeah.
So,
okay, thanks very much.
So for clarity, so Mr. Maris, so this work that we're doing today, if the council were to say, and by the way, we need to consult on this, like this number, just say, magic up a number, and we need to consult. At this point in time, there is, if you like, for you as officers, you go to the cupboard and go, this is what we'll consult on. You'll open the cupboard and say, there's actually nothing there on which to consult formally. We would then, as elected members, have to engage with you on another whole process to generate a list of things that are actually binary decisions that the community would have to make to render it to be consultation. Yes, but
that's correct, Your Worship. And can I also point out that there is a bit of a cost to consultation as well, and that's in the report too.
So the difference between informing the community and asking them, if you like, what those options would be that they would want to do is a complete regeneration.
Maybe it might be helpful if I give you an example, and let's just talk about the district plan for a second, and just if I can bring in a couple of answers, Your Worship. So the Far North District Council are not delaying their district plan. They are notifying in May. We've been heard that's a 10-year transition period, so that's the period of time that you'd have to be prepared to have a district plan in place. And the other point is there's some rules will come and take legal effect from the point of notification. So all of those factors to answer Councillor Delavaris' Woodcock's question previously, right? Now, if for example, you're in a position where you want to sort of delay the district plan and not bring that money forward, then the question that you would have to ask the community perhaps in that place would be, do you want the council to delay the district plan or not? And, you know, I hark back to the previous conversations we've had many times with you as a council. When you see the community are over this district plan, it's not fit for purpose. They need a new one. Hence the reason we're down this path. So it's a sort of dilemma you're going to put us in as far as consultation goes. I'm not sure if I can be more clear than that.
I hope that's clear for everybody. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if then, I'm just testing the waters, is where we're at is that we can support the 7.5 or whatever it is % increase in the next year, and the story to go behind that is to say, well, that's close to what the amount was in the long-term plan. Because of requirements from central government, we've had to shift things around so that the impact on our ratepayers in this year is not so great. And it looks likely that in the following financial year, we will need to go through a formal consultation process because of the other likely changes that are in the wind at present, but over which there's such great uncertainty in terms of timing. Would that be a story that would support the process in terms of informing the public rather than going through a formal consultation process.
Mr. Maris.
Through you, Worship. So, yeah, formal consultation, questions, answers, seeking people's options and thoughts around that. Engagement is still a lot of work, and the comms team are ready to rock. And it's about explaining the story. And if that's the story that you decide, then that's the story we'll tell. It's not silence from the council. It's an engagement plan and informing the community about where you're at and what you've decided. So I think I'm saying the same thing that you did, Councillor Vincent, just in a different way.
Thank you. Just it's a matter. Can I just go back to the agenda? And I'm on page 67 of the agenda here, and it's a question for the governance team. Attachments C and B. Sorry, what am I saying? C. Sorry, it says C and B. It's actually C and D, the inform process and the consult processes. They are not in my PDF version of this. Are they in anyone else's?
Through you, Your Worship. They were sent out on Friday evening. There was an issue with eScribe, so there is. I'm happy to put that into the chat link for you.
Okay, thank you. Because of course that they were at the briefing, but they talked to the timeframes of the difference between engagement and consultation here, and they talk into that work. Thank you, Gavin. That would be clear. I'm hoping that that's also clear to the community as well. So. Anyway, so we're going right around the traps here. So are elected members now clear of what is or would be lost if we were to go with option 2 rather than the option 4 that was originally discussed? And then also are elected members aware of what option 1 represents as well? Okay, great. So there's no further questions at this point. Okay, Councillor Wills, question. You're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse my blankness as I was reading the emails that Sue's been sending out. My question is, the current LTP has a proposed percentage of, I think it was about 5% or whatever for next year. Why is option 1 being proposed? Am I understanding correct that it's actually lower than the LTP?
Yes, option 1 is lower because it's just the must
Why is it
do.
being put forward as a discussion point when we in our LTP we already had a higher percentage? It's like we've been told that we've been given 2 extremes rather than the current LTP, and I understand the reason for the reduction because of the shift forward of the minimisation project.
Yes, that's it. So remembering that a 1% rates increase is about $350,000.
Yeah.
So quantum wise, it's not large dollars that generate a significant looking rates increase.
I know that,
but that's where it comes from.
Following the thread of the numbers that have been presented, because there's a whole range of them now that have been added in, and possible permutations in the following years. So I was just checking on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there further questions for clarification here? All right, thank you, officers. Thank you very much for your patience and work here. So regarding statements in this space, it is important that this council engages regarding the annual plan and the difficult world that we're in regarding cost increases. This conversation that we're having right now is, as far as I'm concerned, will absolutely strip significant services out of our community. And these are the very services that our community is really grateful for. So I kind of sadly, if you like, propose option 2 here. And I don't believe it's the right thing, but I believe it's a workable option for us for today. And I believe that this council was trying to do better than this. And I wish everyone had attended the briefings and actually done the work in the background. Kia ora. Seconding statement, please. Councillor Kerner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One of the problems that Kaipara faces is as a result of kicking the can down the road to keep the rates down. And particularly when thinking about infrastructure and planning, we asked staff to be more proactive in this space, and they have done that. What they presented to us gave us the opportunity to keep with that proactive work, because as we move into this period of significant change, it is incumbent on all of us to create a package of remediation, analysis and planning that sets Kaipara up for whoever or whatever is making the decisions for our communities in the future, and that they understand what is needed and what our community have asked for in the various planning and consultations that we've done. Our communities have asked us for this. So I'm deeply disappointed that we are taking a backward step here. However, the resolution is in front of us. We have to make a decision. We have to progress somewhere along this. So I'm happy to support it reluctantly, given that I think we could have done better.
Thank you. Seeking further statements. Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
My statement is against. Thank you for your commentary, Jason Maris, and you're informing me that the Far North is about to release their district plan, which for consultation, which shows that they're far, far ahead of us in this process. So I still stand with my question. I would support option 1, and a year's delay I think would be beneficial, because we would get more of a understanding of the future direction of the RMA and save ratepayer dollars, because we wouldn't be rehashing what we've gone forward and shaped, which will not probably not stand the new framework that will be applied. And so I also question this view that the community said they were miserable with the district plan. I think that must be developers. I would challenge you to go and find any person in Dargaville that says that lives on a house and that says I desperately want a new district plan. Maybe there's big landowners that want to subdivide, they want that. But we've seen how much development is going ahead in Mangawhai with the current district plan we've got, and all over the district, and including proposals that we saw this morning in presentation. So that shows to me that option 1 is definitely a preferred option, and I still do not stand at all for this this option that's on the table, because it doesn't show that it doesn't respond to any of my criticisms, which is learning to live within our means, and within this COVID situation, putting strain on everybody to just push another rates rise on our community, and doesn't even achieve our waste minimisation aspirations, is not in my book. So I think we're making a wrong decision. If we choose this decision, we should go for option 1. We should delay the expenditure on the district plan, and we'll get a better district plan that's fit for purpose from doing that.
Thank you. Further statements, Councillor Withy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I tend to take a slightly different view to Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. I think the district plan should go ahead, and I think that by reducing the proposed rate increase for next annual plan down to option 2, the 7.57%, at least it's sending a message to the communities that we serve that we are caring of the people in there, because there are a lot of people hurting out there. We said in an earlier paper in this meeting about, and some of the members, if I correct, that can remember their words, it's all about the people. Okay, well, this is about the people. We're making a stand here that we recognise there is hardship out there, and there's going to be an increasing level of hardship, I believe, as we go into 2022. We're still, if we stick with option 2, we are still going to cover the costs of negotiations of our service contracts. We're going to cover the legislative demands that the central government put on us, plus a few extra projects. So we're not actually standing still. We might not be running as fast as we'd like, but at least we may still making progress. And I also have great faith in the way the staff have responded over the last few years of finding more efficient ways of doing things. It's the old question, how did the Japanese suddenly become a powerhouse economy? They did it by continual improvement, looking for that little 0.5% or 1% efficiency gain. And if we all worked like that, we'll possibly bridge that gap between the original rate increase and what that would have given us to what we can get with the 7.57. So I'm happy to accept that and support this new option on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points that I feel I need to raise. One of which is that several Dargaville residents approached me while I was running for council asking for the district plan to be changed. So it's good to see that that's going to move along, because that's what I'm here for. The other point that I just want to raise is I will support this option 2. Option 1 I don't think is viable, because we already know severely how the council framework, how the organisation itself is being impacted with staffing, poaching and things like that, and this option 2 allows us to be able to come back to the table and actually be in the employment market, hopefully. The thing is we're living in a super difficult time, super difficult, and I don't think it's actually going to get any better, unfortunately. I think in another year we're going to be sitting around this table again trying to deal with the next annual plan, and it's probably going to be excuse me, it's probably going to be even more difficult, and the decisions are going to be even harder. So I just want to commend the staff for all their work in this. The briefing was excellent, and I just hope we get something over the line today and we can move on with the rest of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Further statements, please. Councillor Joyce Paki.
Kia ora, thanks for the kōrero. What I find frustrating is that we're so bound by our own policies and our standing orders that we can't just have discussions, because going off what we've had now versus what we talked about before lunch, there's reasons where we may have had a different outcome. However, my protest in the first round was more so that I know our family are struggling. I know that COVID has hit a number of communities, and I'm not talking about commercial businesses. I'm talking about grassroots, rural kaipara, like whānau are struggling. So any rates increase was worth a debate. We didn't know 2 years ago, we didn't know 12 months ago what this was going to look like. And if I'm honest, it's been a shit show. So our community have come to us, have complained about the potential of rate increases, and our hands are tied. We know they have to go up. That I'm happy to stand on. We know that some things must be done, but it's trying to find a happy balance. That's near impossible for us. So I find it really frustrating. I'm still of 2 minds about option 2, but I feel far more comfortable than I did with option 4. So I look forward to further further discussion or feedback before we go to vote. Kia ora.
Thank you. Further statements? Councillor Larson. On mute. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, look, I appreciate all the viewpoints on this, and you know, some of the discussion around question time was, or some of the statements around question time were around, you know, how would you formulate questions for a consultation. I don't think that would be particularly difficult to do. You simply go to the community and say what's being proposed and ask questions around those things, the changes that are being made, including deferring the waste minimisation, and then you seek feedback. So I don't think there's any problem with formulating that. I don't think that's an impediment for consultation. And I think that we are kind of making changes in the first year that have impacts in the second year, which are then set in place, saying that we're then going to subsequently consult. I think we're actually skipping the time that the consultation ought to be occurring when we're going in that second year from 3.92 up to 7.85 by making that decision today without consultation. And I think that is a significant change. So as far as consultation is concerned, yeah, my position hasn't really changed on that from the previous motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further statements? All right, no further statements. So, Mr. Maris, we're going to a vote on this by division, please.
Okay, through you, Your Worship. Okay, Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Paki.
Against.
Councillor Larson.
Against.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Worthy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
Your Worship, that's carried 5-4.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, we'll move on with our very busy day. Thank you, Mr. Maris, for the division, and thank you all the officers for the extra work and that extraordinary hour and 3/4 that we've just spent on this. Thank you. Right, moving on to item number 5.3, Parks and Open Spaces Operations and Maintenance Procurement Plan. And this item was sent to us just yesterday. So I'm seeking a mover for this item.
I'll move that.
Councillor Wethy, thank you. And a seconder for this.
Happy to move to second.
Councillor Curnow, thank you. And we have Donick to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, elected members. So I am presenting here one of the contracts that are expiring in the infrastructure space. We have got the waste minimization contract, we have got the parks and open spaces contract, and we also have the three waters contract that are all expiring on the 30th of June 2022. So on the parks and open spaces contract, this contract is run by Downer, and it was awarded in March of 2018, and as I alluded to, expires in June 2022. So we are proposing and we are seeking council's approval to go to tender, but we would like to take the opportunity at this time to include Tangata Whenua in the contract, potentially as subcontractors to a main contractor. So that's the highlights I just wanted to present. Thank you.
Thank you. So elected members, we're seeking questions for clarification here. Once, twice, three times. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, question, and then Councillor Weddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Could you please explain about the tender process and how the community is made aware of it? What vehicle or comms are used?
So the tender process goes through an online portal called TenderLink, and that's how we normally communicate our tenders. And in terms of the subcontracting, we are targeting Tangata Whenua groups in terms of telling them well in advance that there is going to be a contract that's going to come out. So in our procurement plan, we have presented it in such a way that there will be a registration of interest process, and then a pre-tender meeting, and then we'll have a process of getting the RFT. So the registration of interest process also gets publicly advertised, and the pre-tender process will be, everybody will be invited to that after that registration of interest.
Thank you. Another question I have, because I'm aware that we did a bundling of contracts and awarded them to two big companies on smaller items. I was wondering what weightings and criteria do you have to create a level playing field for all businesses to have that competition available?
So there will be, I will probably highlight a difference in two things here, that we do not expect the communities that we are approaching, the Tangata Whenua communities, to be at the same level and to have the same machinery and the same setup as the other businesses that are already established. And then the second part, probably to your question, would be of the smaller existing businesses, how would they be involved? So the parameters that we've set will be a balance between risk to council and also looking at leveling the playing field. So the risks that we normally incur are within in health and safety. So that's an important one for us, which we do not compromise. And we would prefer candidates that have got a good health and safety record. And within our tender process, we will have a process to make sure that we've got those that pass the health and safety requirements. And everything else would be on capability. We will look at a tender process that will make sure that those that are invited or that get to bid are actually capable of doing the work, but not discriminating anyone who will be wanting to do it. But they have to prove that they will be able to do it from our conditions of tender.
Thank you. One question, just a yes, no answer. So the procurement strategy that stands will help guide you where in this regard when you're procuring, correct?
Yes, it will guide us. An approval will guide us. But what we have said before council is that we would like to have as a condition Tangata Whenua as a subcontractor in this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weddy, question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dominic, just as a bit of a change, when you're putting, in fact, into the tender process a condition to for the main contractors who are submitting tenders, the inclusion of nominated subcontractors, including the Tangata Whenua. Now, in my experience, there's usually risks to the main contractor. So they're going to factor in some contingencies to cover them in areas that they don't necessarily have a full control over or experience in, which may in fact be going completely against what we've just voted on in terms of tightening our costs. We want to keep delivery and service at a level that's as high as it is at present, but it's certainly not increasing any great cost increase or getting any cost increases imposed. I'm just wondering, how do you see this new condition, if you like, you're putting on there to these contractors? How's that going to develop into next year when we're going to be looking at every dollar? Because it could end up causing us a greater increase in percentage with those contracts.
Yes, there will be a risk that they will the contractors will factor in, and the way we plan to do it is not to have everything under the subcontractor. So this is why we intend to share the scope of this contract with the nominated groups, or the groups that potentially would be included in the tender. And there are tasks that we think that would be done at that level that might not cause much of a shift in the documents or in the bids. Tasks that are simple, but then that will be effective in making sure that there is involvement in the community. I'll give you an example of what we're currently doing in waste minimization. The contractor employs, I think you're well aware of this, that the contractor in waste minimization currently employs some of the deprived members of the community, and that has worked really well for council and for that particular community. So this is another way that we are mimicking that, but in this case focusing on the Tangata Whenua groups.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions, Councillor Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have to query the basis for having Tangata Whenua as a core group to this, or member of the providing the contracted services.
Is that a statement or a question?
Yeah, well, okay. Tell me how it is that it will be enhancing of the mana of Tangata Whenua to be cleaning toilets and mowing lawns.
I would have thought that it's tasks that will be, I didn't say that they will be cleaning toilets, but in terms of employment creation, that's what we are focusing on here. So that's how
I was just looking at the list of tasks, that's all, unless I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, you are definitely on the right page, but that's not what I said. Those are tasks that are in the current contract, and we will be looking at the tasks that will be relevant to any group that will be able to do it.
Yeah, through the chair, what we're trying to do is help people into employment who may be not employed at all, and the contractors will show willingness to do this. We've already had preliminary discussions with Te Rauroa, and they've indicated that they're really pleased that they've been included in the roading contract, where they're doing some, I think, mowing at the side of the roads in that particular contract. So they're pleased to look at any opportunity to get their young people a little bit of some skills and get them into the workforce.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification, Councillor Curnow?
So just for clarity, so you have talked to different iwi groups about this as an option?
Yes, we have spoken to at least one so far. We are going to be talking to others.
Okay. All right, and they're keen.
Okay, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, your hand is up again. You've already asked 3 questions. Do you really have more?
Yes, I do. I'm concerned that this.
That's a statement. Can we have a question, please?
Could it be that this contract will get, it could be awarded to one of the bigger contractors, as seems to be happening more, and that they will take the lion's share of the financial.
Councillor De Lavaris, that's just conjecture. Can we have a question, please?
Is it that the tangata whenua are going to be doing the unskilled work and get a small portion of the benefit, financial benefit, rendering more profits to the multinational that in previous councils' successful tenders, it seems to be that we have repeated successful tenders that are multinational companies.
So it is our willingness that if we have got a company that will be able, whether it's run by Tangata Whenua or it's run by others, that is able to provide the service in accordance to the tenders that we present, then they, in a competitive tendering process, then they will be able to win the contract, but it will be an equal footing for everybody. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Don. Right, statements. Councillor Withy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I certainly support the overall concept of including tangata whenua in these contracts, as it will improve their employment opportunities and create some skills in some of their particularly younger members of the iwi. I just caution that council staff involved with monitoring that we've got to keep a close eye on. This is a change, and we all think it's a good idea, but let's make sure that it is successful, so it's a good foundation for building onto how we operate these contracts in the future. So good luck with that, Donick.
All right, thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Yes, I'd like to echo Councillor Withy's statement. I think it's exciting to see the sort of innovation in the way that we're contracting that's designed around increasing the benefit to our communities and our tangata whenua partners. And I'm sure with our procurement policies that the contracts will have the same level of performance measures, if not better, than the existing contract, and that those will be monitored effectively the way they are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to seek another statement in support of this before I go to statements against. Councillor Joyce Paki.
Aroha mai. Yeah, I'm supportive. I love the fact that we're working with and finding ways to support mana whenua. And I know there's been a couple of statements thrown out around not very mana enhancing, but anything that helps to bring money into those Māori enterprises, mana enhancing. So that those contracts allow them to create supervisor roles, to create work roles, which then builds capability and capacity in-house. They're already doing amazing contracts with places like DOC, Te Papa Te Whai. So I think this is a really good way forward. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. In the interests of moving this along, I'm also seeking now any statements against this item. Looking for hands up in that space. Not seeing any. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock wants to speak against this item. Thank you.
Yes, I am concerned that we are not using our the directive of our procurement strategy that says that we will work with smaller kaiapara suppliers to help them bring them up to capability and capacity. I think we need to have, if Te Roroa have a business unit, a work unit, they should be treated in the level playing field as any other, business that has the potential to put their hand up as a expressions of interest for this contract. So I'm for fairness and equity, and I think that I absolutely stand for the well-being and potential in employment, I think we need to have fairness with council contracts. So I speak against this because I'm not satisfied with the way it's being established.
All right, thank you. So no jobs for tangata whenua from Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
No.
Point of order,
So
Mr. Maris.
Sorry, that's the statement from me because that's what we just heard from you. So that's
Point of order, Mr. Maris. Can you please?
sorry. No, there's no point of order here. Anyway, so at this point,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
This point
of order, Mr. Mayor. Understanding orders.
Sorry, what is your point of order? What is the point of order, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock?
That you misconstrued my words. I did not say no jobs for tangata whenua. I said our contracting needs to be done in fair process. A just tribunal is under the Human Bill of Rights Act 1990, that any authority must have a just tribunal.
Thank you. Thank you. The point of order is not upheld. Thank you.
How surprising.
So at this point, we are going to the vote here on this item. Thank you. And we'll go by division, please, Mr. Maris.
Through your worship, thank you very much. Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Paki.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent. Councillor Vincent.
It's no vote from Councillor Vincent.
Councillor Withy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your worship.
For.
I'll just call Councillor Vincent again, just in case. Okay, your worship, that's carried regardless.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this point, we will carry on with our next item, which is item number 5.4, the wastewater drainage bylaw. So I'm seeking a mover for this, Councillor Withy, as the chair of this committee. Yes, and then a seconder for this, please.
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow. So regarding this item, and Shireen is here to present this for us. Shireen, kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou. I'll keep it brief. You've been having a long day so far. Council adopted consultation document for the wastewater bylaw. Sorry, I'm getting my bylaws confused. For the wastewater drainage bylaw back in July, and established a panel. The panel has now gone through the process of deliberating on matters raised in submissions. Just to summarise briefly, what became evident as part of the deliberations process and the submissions process is that the bylaw needed to be expressed more clearly so that people understood how it was applied. So the majority of changes in the bylaw were to elaborate on explanatory notes or add more wording in to make the rules clearer. In the bylaw, the panel deliberated and accepted the recommended changes to the bylaw, and that matter is now in front of you. The final bylaw, as recommended from the panel, is now in front of you for consideration.
Thank you. Questions for clarification from elected members regarding the wastewater drainage bylaw? No questions. No questions once, twice, 3 times. No questions. Thank you, Shireen. You may stand down for a brief shining moment. Statements. Councillor Withy, as chair of this committee.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there were a few queries from elected members about what changes came through the consultation process. there were some that were actually, it was interesting that there was a number, or there were a number that all focused on the same area of access and things of that nature. And I compliment Shireen on her work in incorporating those comments that were valid into the final draft form that you see before you today. So I think the process of consultation was robust. We got some good input. It was well managed and incorporated where required. And I think we've got a fairly robust bylaw in front of you, and I'm very happy with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Seconding statement here from Councillor.
Nothing to add to Councillor Withy's statement. It encompassed it all.
Thank you. Are there further statements in support for this item? Are there any statements against the adoption of this item? Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock to speak against this item.
I think that this wastewater bylaw gives powers to the council that are overextended. In particular, the requirement to have a on-site wastewater scheme inspected by a qualified person every year. I would wish our council wastewater schemes function so well, but we have odour complaints over on the west, we have odour complaints over in the east, and that shows that our own wastewater systems are subpar and not functioning as they should be. And I think it is draconian and an overextension of our authority and powers to demand that people do an annual inspection or have a qualified person. That's extra red tape, extra costs, and an already struggling community. So I would not support this as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements here? No further statements. Councillor Withy, you're welcome to have a right of reply if you wish.
No, I think this is a move in the right direction, this bylaw, and certainly with our reliance on harbours on both sides of the district, this does certainly go a long way to help protect those waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to put this to the vote now by division, please. Mr. Maris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Paki.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent. Councillor Withy. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Councillor Vincent, got you as a 4. Councillor Withy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
4.
Carried 8-1.
Thank you. Thank you. So moving on, I'd also like to thank the panel for the work that has been done on that item, and Shireen and those months of work, and the community for engaging with that bylaw review. So thank you for that. Moving on now to the stormwater and land drainage bylaw, item number 5.5. Today, our next item, and I'm happy to move this, and I'm seeking a seconder here. And sorry, is that Councillor Wilson-Collins?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I was scrolling through across the narrow band of screens. Thank you. Thank you, Shireen.
Again, the stormwater bylaw, very similar to the wastewater bylaw, consulted on at the same time, got slightly less submissions on this bylaw as opposed to the wastewater bylaw. But again, there is a pattern of needing to provide more clarity around the issue. We also had submissions from North Power on this matter, which was really good feedback, because there were some unintended consequences in the bylaw that captured that captured entities like North Power and the like, and the not unitary requiring authorities. So therefore we were able to clarify that wording to make sure that there were no unintended consequences about that as well. And again, went through the same process with a panel about proposing those changes, which were approved during the deliberations process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification of Shireen? No questions. Thank you, Shireen. So put that down to process well managed on your part for these important policy and bylaw developments. So congratulations on great work here. So statements on this. So as the chair of the Stormwater and Land Drainage Bylaw panel, I'd like to thank Councillors De La Varas-Woodcock and Vincent for their great work on this project with us. The stormwater and land drainage is now in an interesting place because it's one of the hot potatoes when it comes to the government's Three Waters review, and all of the the land drainage districts are still have a question mark over them, because for us here in Kaipara, they are open stormwater networks, and under the definitions that the government is working to, they're not part of the stormwater system. So bless our bylaw and all of the systems that it represents. But I really commend Shireen and the work that was done here with the community, because this stormwater and land drainage bylaw is a significant enhancement on what existed before, and is much cleaner and clearer to navigate for any potential user. So it's a good little bylaw for an important part of the work of Kaipara District Council. And I thank again the panel for their good work with this and the unity that we had. So thank you for that. Further statement, Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Nothing further to add, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements regarding this item? No further statements. Thank you. Look, we'll put this to the vote now regarding adopting the stormwater and land drainage bylaw, and this will be by division, please, Mr. Maris. Thank you.
Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor De La Varas-Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Joyce Parkey.
Has left the meeting.
She's left, absolutely. Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Worthy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
That is carried.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this point, we will adjourn the meeting until 2:15 p.m. So I've got 4 minutes past 2 at present. So we will resume at 2:15. So the meeting is adjourned for everyone to go and stretch their legs. Thank you. Just while we're waiting for elected members to gather again and the council to come together today, the group of 23 councils have launched a public campaign about communities for local democracy, which is an interesting matter, and this was being launched at Parliament, on the steps of Parliament today. And this is linked with the MOU that Kaipara District Council signed at the last meeting, or decided at the last meeting. So there is comms going out around this now. Thank you. We're at 2:15 and we have a quorum. I'm just going to call upon Gavin Dawson. I'm just checking that your meeting is still being recorded.
Yes, it's still being broadcast, yes.
Broadcast and recorded, yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
YouTube hold the videos, so if anyone did want to go back, they can go and visit our KDC channel.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for making that clear. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point we have a quorum, and so we are carrying on with item number 5.6, the decision on adaptive pathways pilot location. And so for this item, Councillor Wethy would like to move this, and I'm seeking a seconder for this. Councillor Wilson-Collins, thank you. So at this point, to present this item, we have Katie Simon to present this, our climate change policy advisor lead. Kia ora. And also we have Gail Fotheringham is here, one of our community experts. Kia ora, Katie.
Kia ora koutou. Namahenui kia koutou. So we are seeking a decision on the location for the adaptive pathways pilot. There are three options. I'll take this report predominantly as read, but I'll highlight a few aspects of it. There's three options presented in the report. These options are based on previous council direction that came from the multi-criteria assessment process. This is a process we have been working towards since almost before August, really. The first option is option 1, which is the Ropo-Ruawai area and surrounds. Option 2 is Bailey's Beach. And option 3 is Whakapiro and Pahi and surrounds. And please speak up if my internet seems to be having difficulties. So if you are having a difficult time hearing me, please speak up because you're
all good.
The video is coming and going. Kapai. So we have, as a council, committed to starting this process, starting the community adaptation planning process in this LTP cycle, and specifically starting the pilot in year 1. So we are now 6 months into year 1. So the decision is needed so we can get this work started. So we are, seeking the decision. As you'll notice, there's no option to not choose a location. So staff are seeking a location today. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. Kia ora.
Thank you. So are there questions for clarification? No questions for clarification at this point. So that was a very easy attendance for you. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Gail, for your engagement here, and thanks for what you've done with this work, including the multi-criteria assessment process, which was extraordinary to go through that for us. And I hope that the community gets to see the results of that in our decision making ahead. So thank you. Right, so Councillor Wethy, statement, please. We're into statement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you, Katie, for your paper. It's pretty straightforward. I think the criteria and assessment that we went through was very robust. It was quite comprehensive, and once you got your mind around it and realised what we were or how we were assessing it, I think it became pretty obvious which of the locations that had been documented was likely to be the favoured one. And sure enough, when I added them all up, it came out at the Raupo Ruawai option. So I think that is definitely the right one. I certainly support it, and I look forward to progressing it from now on. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's Councillor Wilson-Collins. I was going to say, seconded this.
Thank you. Just my statement is I'm just really super excited to see this progressing along. And I know Katie made the comment of being 6 months through the year already, but I feel like this is a project that has actually moved with pace. We've been kept up to date every step of the way, had a really, really good engagement with the whole process. And I'm just, super excited to see us at this point already. And just a big thank you to Katie and everyone, Gail, that worked with them to get this on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements for this? Statement from me for this again is about the process that we've gone through here. There was a multi-step process that the elected members went through, and what that has given us in our consideration in the background was a whole lot of what I call evidence-based thinking, rather than I like that place, I don't like this place, and subjective thinking. And so evidence-based decision making is always a pretty good place to start when you're a council. And so certainly the numbers came out for the Raupo Drainage District in this work. It was certainly a very, very interesting process, and I am sure that the rest of the region, Katie, will be looking at this process that you've taken us through here in Kaipara and be looking at how they can also follow along regarding any work that they may be doing in their communities, because from where I stand, Kaipara District Council is leading in this work. And so thank you for the very clear leadership that you've provided, and giving us an evidence base for something which so easily could have been very, very subjective. So thank you for that. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, statement.
I'm very pleased to see this rather exacting process on elected members come to an end. With a choice which was obvious from the scores. I would point out that Bailey's Beach came in close because they, as we know, have live, ongoing, serious issues there to do with weather and climate. And so I hope that I wish this process well, and any lessons can be transferred to other communities that are experiencing the effects of climate, and so that we can work with our communities across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Councillor Wethy, back to you for a closing statement, if you wish. Oh, Councillor.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just I guess a general statement with this as a pilot project. One of the dangers to be aware of is resourcing the pilot more than would be possible for the rest of the target areas across the districts in terms of the actual viability of the approach taken. So that's just a little cautionary note on my part, but otherwise hope it goes well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wethy, statement, closing statement.
I take Councillor Vincent's comments. I think that is a very good comment. It's a bit like the old halo effect. We don't want to give the pilot project all the resources and come up with that, and then can't fulfil the rest of the district's locations on the same level of scrutiny. So that is a cautionary warning, I guess. But apart from that, I'm happy with it the way it's progressing. So nothing further from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour? Sorry, we're going by division, please. Mr. Maris, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Curnow.
4.
Councillor Delabarras Woodcock.
4.
I believe Councillor Joyce Parky's still away. Councillor Larson.
4.
Councillor Vincent.
4.
Councillor Worthy.
4.
Councillor Wills.
4.
Councillor Wilson Collins. Is that a 4?
Technical difficulties. 4.
Kia ora. Your Worship.
4.
That's carried.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, congratulations to Katie and Gail on the project here. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5.6, the Pahi Community Hall Society license to occupy. So I'm looking for a mover for this item, please.
I'm happy to move.
Curnow, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Vincent. Thank you. And so for this item, we have, I believe, John Burt. I was told it was John Burt. Yes, kia ora, John, speaking to this item, and possibly Jenny Rooney. So John Burt, over to you for a brief. John Burt, yes.
Yes. Correct. Thank you.
Possibly Jenny Rooney.
Yes, I think Jenny is being delayed in another meeting. Yes. Sorry, Your Worship. Yes. Jenny, I believe, is being delayed, so yes, I'm going to speak to this item. If I can take the report as read, the matter is relatively straightforward in that Jenny, I believe, is being delayed, so yes, I'm going to.
That's foldback and seems to be from your own system.
That is relatively straightforward. Sorry, is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. There's no echo now. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting feedback from the YouTube channel. Yeah, so as I said, if I could take the report as read, it's a relatively straightforward matter. The Pahi Community Hall's been in place for many years. Had a lease that was given to them in 2000, around that date. It's ran for 20 years. It has expired now. And now they're seeking a continuation of the tenure for another term. Council's policy now is to give community groups use of land by license to occupy. So the report is proposing to provide them with a 30-year term. Given that council is not particularly involved in community halls and leaves it to the community to run and manage them, it's consistent with the way we're doing it all around the district. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Curnow, question.
Yes, thank you, John. If you could just clarify around the insurance of the hall. The report states that the chair says that they can't afford to insure it, and yet we're saying that it is a requirement. And what kind of insurance? Because I know some halls are not going for the full replacement, but are going for disposal or replacement with something less.
Yes, I think we can work with them on minimising the insurance they get, but having insurance is important. Because you're right that we probably wouldn't require them to rebuild to the same standard as the hall is now, or try to rebuild it in the same manner. It would probably be rebuilt in another manner. So a lump sum insurance may be adequate, but the principle is that the community that has the use of the hall funds that insurance, not council, and that's the approach we take right across the district.
I think at a minimum it needs to insure for disposal. So if it was, say, burnt down, that it wouldn't be, that there would be funds available to dispose of and clear the site. That I think should be a minimum. Anyway.
Yes, I would agree, but probably more so that it needs to be rebuilt in some way, not necessarily as a full replacement of what exists. But I know that we have had a hall in the district burned down in recent years out at Tangatoroya, and that insurance payout is proving inadequate to meet the desires of the committee out there to rebuild, apparently. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, John. Councillor Wills, questions?
Really
Sorry.
quickly, because we've got a few of these halls and I'm involved with the one at Poto. My question, John, would it be easier for us just to give the buildings and retain the land as our ongoing possession, that we don't want to give a freehold up, rather than, because the Councillor Kerno got a valid point that some of these halls are now valued at $750,000 or more, and the insurance is actually quite significant. How does the council perceive our interest in those halls, or is it better just to give it to the community and retain the land?
That's effectively what council's done with all the halls that were on its land. They have been handed over to the community as an asset, but council has given a license or a lease for a long period. Ultimately, though, if the organisation falls over, I'm talking about the community, society, or whatever it might be, council as landowner ends up with the liability of the hall. We had a halls policy that was adopted in 2005, and I don't think it's been revisited since. That says in those circumstances that the council would look for another group to take the hall over, and if one couldn't be found, the hall would be disposed of.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you. Thank you, John. You may stand down. I was going to say Councillor Withy. Did you?
No,
move?
it wasn't you.
Councillor Kerno.
Councillor Kerno, sorry.
Yeah, no, our communities do an extraordinary job of looking after our halls, and it's a task that in many other councils remains the responsibility of councils themselves. So I'm very grateful to the various community committees that work so hard to maintain our halls, and I'm very happy to support this ongoing relationship with the people of Pahi.
Thank you. Thank you. And the seconder here.
Councillor Vincent.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame in a way that there wasn't a photograph provided with the report, because it shows that it's quite a funky little building. I think quite a few of you will be familiar with it, and it certainly has a lot of historic connections to the area, and I guess it only stands to gain in profile with the upgrade of the wharf impending, and then on the other side, hopefully the upgrade of the toilets in the foreseeable future as well. So, and in terms of a future body to hand over to, there are a couple of other local community entities like the Reserve Society and like the Regatta Club, which, if need be, could be called upon to pick up range where others have left off. But I'm pretty sure if it caught fire, it would burn really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Withy.
Yep. Thank you. I'd endorse Councillor Vincent's comments. It is a spunky little hall, and it's got historic significance for the community. It's actually got historic significance for this council. If I can recall a council meeting towards the end of last term, it was a very significant meeting, and one we'll all remember. So it's historic for many reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Kerno, closing statements?
Nothing further to add.
All right, thank you. So we're putting this to the vote now with a division. Thank you. So, Mr. Maris, over to you.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Weathy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Well done. Yay. Councillor, sorry, Your Worship.
For.
It's carried.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's clear. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, John Burt. Well done, Pahi. Moving on to item number 5.8, the temporary road closure application for Arcadia Road for the Rally Sprint event. This item was sent to us last night as a late addition to the regarding the report for it. It was a late addition to the agenda. So I'm seeking a mover here for this item. Councillor Vincent, thank you, and a seconder. Once, twice, a seconder. Councillor Curnow, thank you. So over to you, Greg Monteith, I believe, presenting this item.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, just to take the report as read, just to read it, it is for the temporary road closure of Arcadia Road to facilitate the hill climb rally that has been run now for numerous years, I think, on this section of road. I would like to apologise, obviously, for the lateness of the report coming in. That was just to facilitate the period of time we do like to notify and give people to comment on it. Just to highlight, we didn't receive any notifications from the public, any objections on that, and that's why we sort of held it off to reach those 42 days to make sure we give them the advance notice that they need. That's all we have, really.
Thank you. Thank you. So just point of clarification from me, just in that last point, the reason that the paper here wasn't sent out with all the normal council papers on Thursday was because you were still within that 42-day window. Yeah. So you were legally not able to have sent it out. You would have been making things up or been incomplete.
That's correct.
Just so we're absolutely clear on that. Thank you. So all the statutory timeframes are legally correct in this paper, and all due processes have been followed correctly. Yeah.
That's correct.
Notwithstanding our standing orders. So council, we need to absorb that and be aware of that. So thank you, Greg. Thank you. So Councillor Vincent, you had your hand up? No. Councillor Weathy.
Yeah, just one thing. I'm here with an advantage that I haven't actually read the paper. I didn't even know I'd received it. So it must have come through late last night sometime and I've missed it. However, I just want Greg to just clarify one, because we've had this discussion on previous rallies. In the contract with the organisers, is there a clause that says the road will be inspected before and after the rally, and any fair wear and tear that's been caused by the rally will be remediated by the organisers?
Yeah, that is a requirement and an agreement with the organisers. We do bond them as well under the fees and charges of council's policy. So there's an automatic bond of, I think it's about $6,000 that they must pay. But in addition to that, if there's additional costs to that, they do have to incur those costs. And I understand with this motor club and the event organisers, they've been very good at any disputes or any discussions we've had about remedial works. They have paid for them.
Good, thank you. No, that's good.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification of Greg at this point? No further questions? No questions? Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Greg. Okay. And so elected members will move on. Councillor Vincent, for moving this. The opening statement's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm actually quite familiar with this bit of road because when I first moved into the area, it was the back boundary of the property that I managed. So it's an excellent road for the purpose intended in this item today. And I think that like the lack of responses from the public indicates a general acceptance of the community of the road, of the activity on the road, and I guess it means that it will be another reason to bring a few more people into the area. Who knows, they might support some local businesses as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Are there any further statements? No further statements. All right, thank you. So we'll put this to the vote now by division, please, Mr. Maris.
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
4.
Councillor Larson.
4.
Councillor Vincent.
4.
Councillor Worthy.
4.
Councillor Wills.
4.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
4.
Your Worship.
4.
It's carried.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maris. Thank you, Greg. So good luck with the rally in February. So moving on to item number 5.9, which is an addendum to the decision we already made regarding the Northern Base event. I'm happy to move this item, and I'm seeking a seconder, Councillor Wethy. Thank you. So to speak with this item, Greg, again, thank you. Road closure.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, this is just following on from last month's council meeting where we had the original road closure up. We did note we would come back with some provisional dates to facilitate any restrictions around COVID. Unfortunately, obviously, those restrictions have materialised, and obviously with the COVID protection framework now being in place in Northland at level red until the 17th of January, it's the event organisers have now been unable to proceed with their original dates. So obviously this agenda is, I suppose it was prudent of Wendy to start to facilitate those actions early on. It does now give the event organisers the ability now to, if approved, to move the concert until January or possibly February, depending on what the restrictions will be at the time. I do note, I think there was a question raised just of, is there any effects on moving it in terms of traffic closure or anything else? We don't envisage any significant changes. If anything, traffic flows will be less in the area, possibly on Anniversary Day, but and again on February. So we don't envisage any detrimental effects from moving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification? No questions. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
So this item right now is the New Year event, as of decisions made just on Monday, is a casualty of the COVID protection framework alert level being at red for Northland. So it's a great shame for this event, for which there are more than 11,600 current ticket holders for this event. So it's by far the biggest event in Kaipara District. Like I say, it's nearly half of the entire district's population comes to one event. So there would be few districts in New Zealand that would have events on such impactful scale. So here's hoping that either of these backup dates will be possible for the event to take place later this summer. Thank you. That's from me. Councillor Wethy.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm very pleased that they're taking the proactive decision now that the original date's no longer viable to actually go out to the last weekend in January or the second postponement date mid-February. I have to admit the traffic will be at fairly peak levels on that first postponement date, but probably no more so than it would have been on the original date. I have to admit the local community businesses are welcoming the fact that they've still got these dates ahead of them. I've already had some emails expressing concern that the original date was not met, and the impact on a lot of business owners who obviously do very well out of the as the Mayor said, 11,000+ temporary visitors that come into this area. That's from Kaiwaka, Hakaroo, right through to Mangawhai. So I'm welcoming the fact that they've got this in front of us now, and I certainly support adopting these two new potential postponement dates, and hope that the traffic light system doesn't impact on these as it did on their first original date. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements, elected members? No further statements. So we'll go to a vote on this. We're going by division. Mr. Maris, please.
I'm getting good at this. Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
Oh,
4 fingers
for.
equals 4. Councillor Worthy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
4.
Carried.
Very good. Thank you. So so that brings us to the end of our decision-making section of today's agenda. And so at this point, we move into our information items. And so item number 6.1 of today's agenda is the Three Waters update regarding the investments that are taking place, project investments taking place with our Three Waters program. And so for the noting of this item, I'm happy to move this, and I'm seeking a seconder here. Councillor Curnow, thank you. So to present this item, we have Joe Reid, I believe.
Good, thank you, Your Worship. So I'll take the report as read. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the progress of the 9 projects which have been enabled through the 4.6 million of funding which was awarded from the DIA back in September 2020. The DIA have recently confirmed to all councils that they are extending the completion date for these projects and moving it out to June 2022. So we felt this was a timely opportunity to provide an overview as to where each of the projects are. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification? I have a general question, and it's interesting, Joe, that you're presenting this to us. Should this item be part of our externally funded projects committee, considering these are externally funded projects that we're talking about, and that committee is where we, if you like, keep oversight on a month-by-month basis of these projects? It's a question clearly for Mr. Maris to answer at a governance level.
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. So when you set up the externally funded projects committee, in the terms of reference, you excluded these from that. It's a simple answer.
Okay, should they be included now? Now that they've arrived?
They're actually, remember, if you recall back, they were based on projects that were in the LTP, and that's why they were operational, and so therefore thought to be best served by the council rather than the externally funded projects committee. That was the logic at the time, which the council accepted. If you wanted to bring the responsibility for these projects to the externally funded projects committee, there would need to be a change in terms of reference.
Okay, thank you. That will be a discussion that we may have offline as a group of elected members about whether we want to do that or want to consider that for a governance matter. Thank you. Okay, are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Right, thank you. So on this item, statements, it's very good to see this coming through and to see projects completed already and to see the progress being made and as we well recall, the scattering of the money as far and wide as we could possibly get it across the district to maximize the benefit to as many communities as possible. That was what we sought with this money. And again, it's good to be reminded of the progress that's being made and the forecast completion dates, most of which are in March or May next year. So it's a very, very busy time clearly in the Waters team, but so it's a clear process. Thank you. Are there further statements? No further statements. Thank you. I'm watching the energy going down here. So at this point, we'll simply call this a simple vote here. So all those in favour of noting this report, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6.2, the resolutions register. And so the Councillor Wills is moving the noting of this report, and I'm seeking a seconder here for this. Councillor Wilson Collins, thank you. So for this item, I guess we go at this point to questions for elected members rather than anyone speaking to it. And because the Chief Executive may want to speak. Sorry, Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, just as a matter of process, we have Councillor Wilson Collins who has declared a conflict of interest for this item, seconding it.
Incorrect.
That's not true, Councillor Vincent. No, Councillor Wilson Collins declared a conflict of interest for item number 1.3 in the public excluded part of the meeting. But
fair enough. Yeah, I was just jumping to conclusions or contusions or something.
yes, so thank you. So so Chief Executive Louise Miller, would you like to provide any comment here regarding the resolutions register?
No, we're just ready to take the questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification here? No questions. Thank you, Louise. Thank you. So, so statements here. Councillor Wills.
The lack of questions, Mr. Mayor, indicates we understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Wilson Collins.
Nothing further to add. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any statements regarding the resolutions register? No statements, right? Thank you. No statements at all. So we're putting this to the vote now. Simple vote here. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So at this point, we are at the end of the public part and component of today's Kaipara District Council meeting. It's been an extraordinary meeting. Sorry, not an extraordinary meeting, but it's been an extraordinary meeting of Kaipara District Council here. So I'd like to thank the members of the public for your attendance and support today. I'd just like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a safe and prosperous New Year out there. So for the public at this point, the elected members will be continuing with this meeting of the public excluded piece that we're about to move into, but I would just like to acknowledge and wish everyone well for the summer, and I hope you all remain COVID free and that you have a relaxing time, because there is an extraordinary year that we've all had in 2021. And so wishing everyone a safe and happy Christmas and holiday period. Thank you. Ka kite.